this supposed to be loose?
It says for yes.
Jocelyn.
Okay.
Did the gavel show up?
It's right there.
I've armed now. Thank you.
Oh.
What's these bids? They're trying to get back in, but it's itching.
It's just a personal request, not a work.
Are we more or less ready?
Yes.
I wonder if I should take a bathroom break now. I'll be back.
Yep.
Phone check, everyone. Phone on silent. Phone's on silent.
Mine's always on something.
Well, there's a first time for everything, man.
That's so true.
As long as it's a good ring.
There's no good ring during a it's like moment of silence. Okay, are we good?
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Maybe people are giving me thumbs up.
You're overly optimistic.
I have faith.
Gavel.
All right. So what is this? Oh, this is I don't need this right now. I can just, it's fine. Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to, this is not a directional mic, so. Yeah. This is sort of haphazard. No, it's fine. I just need to organize myself. I think I'm gonna put this down here.
Yeah.
Because it's just desk clutter. If I could ask everyone just to take your seats, and I have to begin by calling the public hearing to order. And we have, of course, an opening statement that lays out the guidelines, rules, etc. for this public hearing. First, Let me begin by thanking the Fairgrounds for allowing us to use this venue. In the event of an emergency, the muster station will be located at the RCMP building. This public hearing is an opportunity for any person who believes their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaws to be heard. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making their views known. In order to facilitate this, we ask that there be no response during speakers' addresses or thereafter in the form of jeering, clapping, booing, any of these things you will find as chair that I will immediately bring the meeting back to order. There is no need to stand in line at the microphone. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called. If you have not already registered to speak, you are welcome to sign up in the lobby, though if you don't do that, you will still have an opportunity to speak when I call for general speakers. Speakers should begin their address to council by clearly stating your name, address, and municipality of residence, if not Central Saanich. It is important that all who speak at this public hearing, while not limited by time, should limit their remarks to matters contained in the bylaw, and it is my responsibility as chair of this hearing to ensure this. Tonight's public hearing is about a proposed amendment to the official community plan, zoning bylaw, and a development permit with variances for the application known as 1934 Hovey Road. Comments will only be accepted on the proposed changes in OCP designation from neighborhood residential to multi-unit residential, the proposed change in zoning from residential corridor to residential neighborhood to residential attached RM5, any aspects of the proposed development itself, and any of the variances that may have been requested, which include height, setbacks, lot coverage, and parking. Following this opening statement, we will have the item introduced by our planner, Ivo Vanderkamp. Public hearings follow specific laws and must be fair. Council will only consider the above topics. Comments on the following, though not limited to this list, will not be accepted: an applicant's business practices, speculation on the project, previously addressed conflicts of interest by council members, anything not related to the application, bylaw changes, or variances. Council members are here to listen during the hearing and are being asked to hold their questions until the end, if they have any. Council will not debate each other, the applicant, or speakers during the hearing. I will ask my colleagues to therefore hold all questions until the end of the public hearing. All written submissions and all representations from the public form part of and are disclosed through the public record. This public hearing is being streamed live, and the recording will be posted to the district's website. Once the public hearing is closed, council is not permitted to receive any additional information or representation from the applicant or members of the public other than to clarify issues raised at the public hearing. Council will make its views known, deliberate, and make its decision at a future regular council meeting. As I said earlier, the item will be introduced by staff shortly. The applicant will then make a brief presentation. Following that, speakers will be called up, and the first few will alternate between in-person and virtual attendees. And with that, I will turn it to our planner, Ivo Vanderkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The subject of the public hearing tonight is a proposal for the 5 properties at 7551 East Saanich Road and 1934 through 1966 Hovey Road. The proposal involves 2 new buildings, one consisting of market rental units and one of seniors housing, with a total of 187 units proposed on 2 new lots. The west building, being the market rental building, consists of 4 stories as seen from East Saanich Road and would include 1 level of underground parking with access off East Saanich Road through the current Legion site to the north. The building would include 130 units, of which 13 units, or 10%, would be affordable housing units. The east building, being the proposed Legion building, consists of 4 stories as well and includes 57 affordable housing units for seniors. Access to this site would be from Hovey Road. All proposed affordable housing units would meet the district's definition of affordable housing. The proposed development would occur within the urban containment boundary and provide rental housing and housing for seniors, both identified as a need within the district. The makeup of the market rental unit types per number of bedrooms is also substantially in line with the district's housing needs assessment. Based on the current neighborhood residential OCP designation and proposed multi-unit proposal, an amendment to the OCP is required to redesignate the property for multi-unit residential. The project proposed an overall parking ratio of just over 1 stall per unit, with 18 additional visitor parking spaces. The proposal includes variances to increase the maximum permitted height for the market rental building, decrease setbacks, increase permitted lot coverage for the seniors building, to permit up to 14 residential parking spaces to be provided on an adjacent lot, to reduce the overall parking requirement, and to reduce the required long-term bike parking stalls for the seniors building and provide mobility scooter spaces in lieu. The proposal includes a range of traffic demand management measures, as well as amenity contributions as outlined in these staff reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of housekeeping notes. If you could ensure, please, that your cell phones are silenced or turned off if that is necessary. We, of course, have members of council present this evening. All are present, save for Councillor Graham, who is joining via Zoom this evening. So all members of council are present at this public hearing. And with that, I will ask the applicant to come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Luke Mari, and I'm here tonight to kick off this presentation. We are just over 20 minutes. We will try to be as concise as humanly possible, but a project of this importance obviously has a lot of nuance to it that we want to go through. To get started, you're probably wondering why there's a baby photo on the screen. This was me and my curious siblings and my exhausted mother in the background. I was born at Sampan Hospital and grew up in the townhouses kitty corner to the Prairie Inn on East Saanich Road. So when the Legion approached us about doing our first project in Central Saanich, it was a thrill to be able to do a project in the community that I grew up in. I'd like to first of all introduce ourselves to Council as our first Central Saanich project. Our company started in 2008 as a custom home builder, and we have since expanded into an integrated development construction company. We have around 65 staff with different backgrounds. Myself personally, up until 2016, I was actually the Director of Planning in North Saanich, and now I'm one of the owners of Arise leading the development team. Our history is one of partnerships. We've been very privileged to work with some great nonprofits, whether it is on rapid housing for the unhoused, First Nations housing for on-reserve community members, or even women's transition homes. And we've worked with some of the oldest nonprofits in the province, and working with the Legion is a really exciting next step for us. I want to go through just a couple questions that have come up through this process that we've undertaken of consultation and working with staff. And the first is, do we even need this project? The short answer is yes. The 2023 community survey undertaken by the district identified the #1 priority rank was affordable housing. And so people in the community are clearly feeling the housing crisis. And when we dive into past policies, we went back to the 1999 OCP, and a common theme over the decades, whether it's mobility plans or transportation plans, or even the housing studies, affordable housing, housing for young families, housing for renters and seniors is a common theme that spans decades. We don't need to look far in the media to see the acuity of the housing crisis for seniors. And when we look at Central Saanich demographically, it has a higher proportionate share of seniors in the CRD or the capital or the Canada as a whole. So the age in place issue is only getting more acute. Something that we've heard is that the OCP is new, and so we shouldn't amend it so soon. I think we need to look to the opening paragraph of the OCP, where it speaks to the fact that it's a living document and it should be updated from time to time. And in January of this year, there's a public hearing held for an amendment to the OCP. And so it's a healthy, natural process to keep the document current. But there's actually an even larger OCP amendment coming later this year as mandated by the province, because the OCPs and zoning bylaws have to be updated to be in alignment with the housing needs reports, which are 5 and 20-year targets. And for Central Saanich, it's over 1,100 units on the 5-year, and the 20-year is over 3,400 units. So these are much greater goals than the housing target order. And to put that in perspective, that is one Hovey Row-sized project every year for 20 years straight to achieve the 20-year target. And so that is where we really all need to work together to accomplish the common goals of satisfying the demand for the community. Probably the question of the night is, if this project's aligned with the OCP, why amend it? It's a good question, and one of which we have to look back to March of 2018 to answer. And that's when Council undertook a residential infill densification study to increase housing diversity in the neighborhoods. It's a very large OCP amendment process. And in that project charter, when it was adopted, there was a councillor motion to include targets to achieve housing for seniors and low-income families. So even in 2018, this issue is known that certain demographic groups need an extra boost. That study had a large engagement process. Over 450 people were consulted, over 6,000 mailouts went out, and there were some really interesting results from those surveys. The first being, when asked what particular housing types people are looking for, the top 3 responses, over 78% of respondents spoke to affordable housing and aging in place. When asked what they're looking for in their next move, the top 5 responses were related to densification: walkability, commercial services, transit, aging in place, and multifamily housing because they wanted less maintenance. When asked where this infill housing should go, the second highest response at 91% was Saanich Village. And this map is actually from the display board from the consultation and what defines Saanich Village. And the Hovey Road properties are included in this map. So what that says to us is that in 2018, the community defined the housing need and where it should go, and both support this application. One of the results of this bylaw, Bylaw 2036, that amended the 2008 OCP, was the introduction of a main corridor development designation. It was listed on the land use map in the OCP as a designation, and language is important. It spoke to supporting, not encouraging, supporting applications up to 4 stories on this corridor that includes these properties. Fast forward to the 2023 OCP, and we have the same language of support, except a clause was added to this designation that essentially required approvals for amendments to the OCP to enable this designation. So it kind of created a bit of a circular argument where it says, we support this housing type, but you have to amend the OCP to enable it. And so we're following direction from the OCP when applying for this designation. I think we get better clarity from page 29 of the OCP that speaks to the types of housing and tenures that the district would like to see, where it says favorable consideration will be given to any one of these 8 housing types. Our project is accomplishing 7 of the 8 housing types. The only thing we're not providing is supportive housing. So we think that we are beyond the test of what is OCP supported. But to fact check ourselves, we went to Cox Taylor, a very respected land use law firm, to ask them, can you review this and give us some feedback? The top paragraph they provided was from a court case in Central Saanich that speaks to the judge ruling that OCPs should not be read as statutory documents, that they're visions and goals. and that no application can meet every single sentence in an OCP, and so there's always trade-offs. The second paragraph is where they reviewed our application for compliance, and what they said is that there's little doubt that the OCP supports this project at 4 stories, and that is a defensible, reasonable decision to even support it at 6. So these things combined put us in a position where it's our view that that a vote against our project is a vote against the OCP when you look at the alignment of the policies. The final question is, that's just hypothesize that we agree we need the housing for a second, but does it belong here? And to answer that question in my final section here is we undertook a spatial analysis of the district. 41% of the land, there's 41 square kilometers. Of that, we have to pull out rural and ALR and lands outside the urban containment boundary, which is 82% of the land base. We further want to remove parks, industrial, and civic lands because these are not suitable for housing. What we're left is with multi-unit residential, which is 1.18% of the land base. Of this multi-unit residential, we want to remove existing multifamily housing. We don't want to demolish existing multifamily buildings and displace tenants. We also want to remove new construction because it'd be wasteful to demolish new buildings for densification. And then we want to add a lens of economic viability. To do rental housing or affordable housing, the land has to be around $55 per square foot. And as we can see in places like Sanchin Village, the land is double or even triple that amount, making it very difficult to do affordable housing. So with this layer of economic viability, we're left with only 67 parcels, which is 0.4% of the district. Density and transit go hand in hand. And so when we layer on a transit network, there's only 38 parcels left, which is 0.2% of the district. The final lens is commercial hubs. And what we're left with is only 0.05% of the district meets these tests for densification and affordable housing, and the Hovey Road properties qualify. If we superimpose our project on Patterson Road, this is OCP compliant, yet there's far, far more impact on the surrounding community. If we superimpose on a place like Wilcox Terrace, it doesn't have the transit access, but it's designated multifamily in the OCP, which allows up to 4 stories. As we can see, far more homes impacted. All we're trying to highlight here is that there's no such thing as impact-free development. There's always the trade-offs. What we're trying to accomplish is the values, goals, and aspirations of the document while still providing a resilient community, which means people are housed. Finally, on Hovey Road, the project is nestled into the grade. It's adjacent to existing multifamily. Our longest shared property line is with Legion Manor of 145 meters, and we have 1 adjacent neighbor. There's less impact here, but the most important thing is what makes this site special is the competitive advantage that it offers. Government, there's limited funds for affordable housing. Government looks at projects on a cost per unit basis. If it's too expensive per unit, you're not competitive against other applications. This location, we're providing a subsidy to the Legion to make them more competitive, plus the surface parking design is more economical than underground parking. But it's the existing supports that exist at the Legion Manor. If we were to build this project somewhere else in the district, we'd have to recreate these support spaces, these non-residential spaces that are very, very expensive, making them not competitive. So it's the fact that they're there for 56 years, and we want to extend that service. So when we say that this project belongs somewhere else, unfortunately what we're saying is that we don't want affordable seniors housing because this is one of the very few places that it can viably go. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Chris.
Thanks, Luke, and good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to spend a short, I promise short, amount of time on the details of the project itself. There have been some changes through the planning process, so I think it's vitally important that we all understand how we arrived at the proposal that's in front of you today. As you know, the proposed development site is an assembly of just over 8,000 square meters directly alongside the Legion Manor Victoria campus. So in early 2023, we had discussions with planning staff about what a new vision for this site could look like. At the time, the OCP was not adopted, but the draft plan was very clear, as Luke mentioned, on how main corridors would guide development. And so staff helped us arrive at a preferred option. This is the preferred option, and 3 design principles have really informed how we went from many, many options down to the one preferred option. Firstly, orientation of smaller building faces onto Hovey Road. This avoids long street frontages or long buildings on the road itself. Secondly, a network of green spaces and gardens to ensure there's a healthy balance of buildings and landscaped areas. And thirdly, finally, the locations of the buildings itself maintain views through the campus of Legion Manor, but also in and around the surrounding area. Following the establishment of the building locations themselves and the massing, we worked with staff and others on building height, again guided by the existing policy framework. As you'll see from this graphic, the buildings transition away from East Saanich Road. Partly this is through the existing site grade, but it's also deliberate design moves and how we've tiered the buildings as it falls further to the east. This aligns with the guidance, which is reproduced here from the OCP, but also from the development permit guidelines, which support gradual transition away from the main corridors. Before I move on, I think it's vital to highlight that the recent changes to small-scale housing development mean that a building, which you can see in red here, of similar height but much closer to our neighbour, could be built without council approval. And this alternative building would provide none of the community benefits that we're here talking about tonight. So the result is a west and an east building which together provide 187 homes. The market rental building to the west provides 130 homes in a 4-story building with a mix of unit types. This will be the first Fitwel certified building on Vancouver Island, showcasing advancements in building plus also tenant health. 10%, which is 13 of these homes, will be delivered at affordable rates, with a housing agreement outlining the full commitments on what those starting rents will be at occupancy. Further to this, we have extended a right of first refusal to key workers at Saanich Peninsula Hospital and also to members of Say Out Nation. The program of the Legion Manor building has been fully guided by the operational need of Legion Manor Victoria. The homes, the parking, the amenity areas all fit within how the Legion currently operates and will provide 57 much-needed homes to the community. This project, with funding coming from senior government, will be able to offer rental rates that are significantly below market rates and continue the Legion's long history of providing affordable seniors housing. This timeline will be familiar to us all here, and I put this up really as a reminder on how a long planning process can strengthen a project and provide space for both technical analysis, but also much needed conversations. There's been a narrative among some that this project has changed too much, especially in the last year, and that this is somehow a weakness. I actually believe the opposite. I believe that through the conversations we've had with staff, with the advisory committees, with the local community, and in front of this council, the project has improved. All the changes that we have made have been deliberate responses to the reasonable feedback that we've received. Here are 4 major project changes that showcase this point. Early on, the parkade access was switched from being on Hovey Road to East Saanich Road. This went against the original guidance from staff, but we heard a lot about how that junction operates. And so we worked with our partner, Legion Manor, but also others to allow us to use an existing driveway and change. Secondly, we've made changes to height, dropping from 6 stories to 4 stories, with a reduction shown here in yellow. On the eastern side of the property, we believed originally that a taller building set further back from the ALR was preferable. But we heard from many that keeping at 4 stories was incredibly important, and therefore we changed, we redesigned, but still keeping a significant distance from the neighboring property. Thirdly, we've added more vehicle parking on site and off site in order to reduce concerns about spillover parking in the neighboring areas. And finally, we've amended the unit mix to increase the proportion of family-friendly housing, which is now at 35% of all homes and well above some of those district targets. So those were just 4 changes that we made, but there are others. And I show you this list here, not to show you how wrong we were, but to reinforce to you that the planning process, your planning process, and your feedback has been meaningful. The result is a project with 2 high-quality rental buildings that align with policy from the massing, the height, and the overall programming to provide much-needed housing to this community. But the value lies in the people, and the people who may one day be living in these homes. And to showcase that, it gives me great pleasure to hand over to Dave Sinclair from Legion Manor.
Thank you. Excuse me, and good evening. My name is Dave Sinclair, and I've had the honor of serving on the board of Legion Manor for 35 years, including 25 as president. My family has deep roots in central Saanich. My grandsons grew up here and attended Stellies High School, and I spent 25 years coaching Little League and Babe Ruth baseball at Centennial. Today, both my son and my grandson own businesses in this community. Throughout this discussion, I've heard many references to the official community plan, yet little mention of the people we are working to support, our seniors and veterans. Over half a century, Legion Manor has been a lifeline for vulnerable seniors and veterans in central Saanich. For decades, it has been one of the few places where longtime residents could stay in the community where they helped build, where they raised their families, and they called home, when maintaining their own homes was no longer an option. To meet the growing needs of our community, Legion Manor has expanded twice. First in 1985 with 12 new cottages, and again in 2006 with 68 assisted living suites. We have also undertaken a full modernization of all 77 independent living suites, updating wiring, plumbing, fixtures, windows, and even the walls inside. Despite these efforts, demand continues to exceed capacity, with more than 80 seniors and veterans now on our waiting list. Since residents rarely leave Legion Manor unless they require more complex medical care, this list continues to grow. We can truly say the official community plan is working, or can we truly say that the official community plan is working when so many seniors and veterans remain on our waiting list? It's challenging to stay objective when the small group opposing this development continues to circulate misinformation about our proposal. The online comments and the flyer that was mailed out are full of misrepresentations. This kind of behavior is disappointing, and as a community, we can do better. We reviewed the survey responses and found that many participants don't live near their property, and that's completely fine. Everyone has the right to be engaged. But democracy isn't ignoring the thousands of residents who were consulted through multiple official community plans and housing strategies, all of which call for more affordable and senior housing in this location. The misinformation being spread claims that we use only 30% of our space.
You've shown the flyer. I'm going to ask people in general to refrain from using the word misinformation. You use the word misrepresentation. That's, I think, made the point about a flyer that circulated that you disagree with. I'm going to ask you and frankly everybody to refrain from accusing one side or the other repeatedly of misinformation. As I said, you've made the point that it's a misrepresentation in your view. I'm going to ask you to refrain from doing so again, please.
Thank you. Additionally, as we explained, all of our suites have been fully renovated and modernized, an investment of over $1.6 million. We are still carrying a mortgage on these renovations. Legion Manor has been a part of the community long before many of our current neighbors, some of who now oppose our expansion, even lived here. Denying this expansion raises critical questions. Where will vulnerable Central Saanich residents go in their twilight years, if not here? They simply don't disappear. Without options, they will be forced to relocate far from the community they've called home for decades. I served on the Premier's Council for Seniors for 3 years, and throughout the province, the overwhelming wish of seniors was clear. They want to age in the community they called home for most of their lives. This vision is widely supported by local businesses, churches, and community groups. We also have strong, nonpartisan backing from the provincial government, the Office of the Seniors Advocate, the Conservative Federal Housing Critic, and our local Member of Parliament, Elizabeth May. Housing people is what truly builds neighborhoods' character, not using the official community plan as a shield to block much-needed housing. In 1972, before Central Saanich even had an OCP, council and boldness and said yes to the original Legion Manor. Again, in 2006, the federal and provincial governments came together, and Central Saanich played a critical role in housing more seniors when they helped us by rezoning the property to add more assisted living units. Here we are again in 2025, asking for your support. This expansion is about more than just buildings. It's about ensuring that our seniors and veterans have a safe, supportive place to live in their latter years. I urge the Mayor and Council to consider the real human impact of this decision and support the future of Legion Manor in serving this community. To help illustrate this, here are some stories of how past council approvals have directly improved the lives of our seniors. Thank you.
I was homeless before I came here. So now I've got a roof over my head and security. I'm a lot better than living out in the cold. I was in the military for 21 years and plus other jobs when I retired from the military. Worked in communications research.
I came here as a teenager and married, raised a family, got a job at the post office where I served people.
I was in the airline business for many, many years, and fortunately took me all around the world. I've done a lot of traveling.
I was a music therapist and a neuroenergetic kinesiologist in the last 13 years.
One of the things I did was I was a police officer.
I was mostly a seamstress.
When you hear the name Legion Manor, you think it's only open to retired military people. And it's not. It's open to seniors, all seniors, 55 plus. And this is a good thing too, because we have retired military, we have people from other walks of life that come in, and we find that we have like interests to be able to pursue.
Well, it was a bit of a miracle for me to have access to housing here at Legion Manor, because I was about 2 days away from being homeless when I got the call from Paula that there was a suite available, and there were tons of people hoping and praying and working to help me find housing, but we got the call 2 days and we were able to negotiate with my landlord to stay another month, so it just worked out the way it was meant to be, and It was really amazing for me because I literally was 2 days from having nowhere to go and was already putting my stuff into storage and stuff like that. So finding out that I had a place here was a real miracle, and I feel blessed every day.
I was living in a 27-foot trailer, and it got down to -39 with a howling north wind. Everything froze. All of a sudden, I was without a home.
When I moved in here, the immediate impression was it's a community of a lot of like-minded people who've done a lot of interesting things with their lives. So as some of your other folks have said, everyone has a story, and it's a great community.
You have to realize too that most of us here are living on OAP or CPP or a military pension or a pension from the government, whatever. My military pension is only $790 a month. And if you think that can buy you an apartment or affordability anywhere else, it can't.
I think I was at home here the first few days when I closed my door and they said, well, supper's at this time, and left. So I think it's the freedom of not having that outside responsibility now. That I had it, I enjoyed it, but that time is gone.
It's the best place to live. I searched this whole island before I moved here. This is it.
I was so happy to move into this place. I have a gratitude journal, and I was reading it the other day, and for the first 3 months, every day, one thing I was thankful for was my apartment. And so I was so thankful and felt so blessed that I put it into the gratitude journal.
There's a friendliness that exists here, excellent staff, and just a lot of people that are fun to be with, because everybody is in the same boat. They've lost their spouse. They've gone in this stage of life now where things have changed. And so there's no barriers to friendship. You talk to everybody, everybody talks to you, and they're very supportive. This was just like a new life, a new stage for me.
We get to know people and we get to know their experiences. Their life stories are amazing. Everybody's got a story. And it's nice to be able to share it. Because I did live alone for a while and it wasn't fun after my husband passed.
I think sometimes people look at seniors as being people that they can sweep under the rug and just put away. We have to understand that seniors in our community, at one time or other, have all had responsible positions in life and have contributed to the advancement of our communities. We have people here that worked in federal government, provincial government. We've had retired police officers. I'm retired military. We've had people that are talented. And just because we're retired doesn't mean that we've lost our minds and we don't have any talents anymore. I mean, I'm involved with the Legion, like I say, and to be given the privilege of serving, I'm still serving. I served in the military. I'm serving with the Legion.
I feel it's a huge message and I feel passionate about it. We're hanging Canadian flags. We're build Canada, Canada first. But over my work that I've done in this country, I have found some of the most neglected people are the veterans. And I feel upset and angry that they don't have higher respect. They haven't had the glory of coming back after winning a war. They've done the dirty work for this country. And we're worried about community plans and how many stories. They should be first. And so I say, come on, Canada, we can do better. It's about time. I've worked with them. I thought they had more money than they have. They don't. They're barely making it. And they signed up, to give their lives, to give their service, which they've done. And I think we can do better. I haven't put my flag up. I'll put my flag up when I know that this development which should definitely be next door. I mean, why wouldn't it be? It doesn't make any sense to put it anywhere else. And if anybody deserves this place, it's our veterans.
One of the things you have to understand, anybody who was ever in the military signed a blank check. That check was payable to the people of Canada, to the people of the province of British Columbia. And that check was payable in the amount up to and including their lives. And some of my compatriots in the military gave their lives. And to be able to help them in their time of need is something that we should all try and do. It's just one of those things.
What I'd like to say to Mayor and Council is just really one thing. The only people who are against this housing project are people who go home at night and have a home. The people looking for homes are really saying, you know, we want this built, and it's a great place to build it. And Legion Manor runs such a professional organization. I've never had a moment of grief with them that they could just offer that blessing to more people.
People that I sit down with and eat with, they can talk about when they were started, built this first building, and how important that was, the fundraising they did. I don't think it's a danger to their environment or where we're going. It's private, it's beautiful, and it's very productive when you're in your senior years.
Well, I think the proposal is very important. I mean, the area needs people who staff the hospital and other businesses in Saanich, and affordable housing is very important, particularly for the hospital folks. So yeah, I think let's get on with it and get it passed.
There's a lot of people out there that need housing, and especially either for seniors or even for a building where younger people that are in level entry jobs can't afford rent. At least a building like that might help at least maybe a dozen or so more people. Build them all.
I want to ask people on the council, where are you going to live when you get my age?
Mayor and Council, you got to put this through. I mean, we're not asking much. We're just asking for a roof over our heads, you know, and for those that are on the street. And you've heard from one man who was on the street. And there's more in here that have been in that same position that are not here today.
I'm just going to turn to the applicant. Is that the conclusion of the presentation? Thank you. I'm seeing nods that it is. Thank you for your presentation. We're at the portion of the meeting where we're going to start inviting speakers who have registered. There will, of course, be an opportunity if you didn't get a chance and aren't familiar with how that happens to come forward, but we're going to start with the registered speakers that we have. And I'm going to check in with council on the hour, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, so on and so forth, to see if we need a break, even just a couple of minutes for whatever, to get up and stretch or what have you. So at this point, I'm going to look to our corporate officer to start inviting people forward.
We're going to start tonight with Bill Wilson at the microphone, and Susan Zadell is next virtually. So Bill, if you could join us.
Thanks, Mayor and Council, for letting me speak tonight. Thank you, everybody. That was a really touching presentation that I just saw. We all have compassion for our seniors, that's for sure. But we have to realize that virtually every senior in Canada would move here if they could. Let's be honest about that. But we can't possibly reduce the cost of housing. We have a small area, Saanich and Central Saanich generally is like a little oasis in Canada. It's a really, really nice climate, and people want to retire here. military people who have served in the forces are stationed out here for a little while. And where do they want to move back to? They want to move back to this area because of the climate. Now, I know you've all been to Surrey, Langley. These were agricultural communities like ours not that many years ago. And they didn't perhaps follow an official community plan, did they? And look at what they've got now. Wall-to-wall people, traffic is lined up. We've all seen the traffic get far worse here over the last 5 to 7 or 8 years. When's it all going to end? You know, if we lose this small community, small population that we have now, flavor of this municipality, it's gone forever. And that's it. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Susan is virtually joining us, and the speaker to follow will be Tyson King. Susan?
Hello, thanks. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Susan is virtually joining us, and the speaker to follow will be Tyson King. Susan?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Susan is virtually joining us, and the speaker to follow will be Tyson King. Susan?
Hello, can you hear me? I'm getting feedback. My name is Susan Zadell, and I live at 909 Damelart Way in Brentwood Bay. I've lived in Central Saanich for 40 years, and I'm a 65-year-old senior. In my opinion, the Central Saanich Official Community Plan should not be amended for this development. The Schedule F should not be changed from residential neighborhood to multi-unit residential. Some of my reasons are in the development of the current OCP during the period late 2020 to
Might have
early.
your live stream on.
No. No, I don't. Are in the development. Can you hear me? I'm not getting a response. Hello, can you hear me?
Right, so we're obviously suffering some technical difficulties. I apologize to those in the gallery. I don't think Susan can hear us, so.
I can hear you, but can you hear me?
We're obviously suffering some technical difficulties. I apologize to those in the gallery. I don't think Susan can hear us, so. We're obviously suffering some technical difficulties. I apologize to those in the gallery. I don't think Susan can hear us, so.
This is repeating over and over again.
Suffering some technical difficulties. I apologize to those in the gallery. I don't think Susan can hear us, so.
This
I'm told I can explain the situation, but I don't know what the situation is. Oh. So when there's someone joining us virtually online, none of us can speak. Correct. Okay. We're going to try this again. I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this. Oh. So when there's someone joining us virtually online, none of us can speak. Correct. Okay. We're going to try this again. I appreciate. So when
That's while we try and sort this out. right, if I could ask everyone please to retake your seats and refrain from further conversation for the time being, please. All right, thank you. And of course, we are doing our best to accommodate. The speakers in the room are, of course, not a challenge, but online can sometimes have these wrinkles. If something can go wrong, it will. We are going to mute all microphones in the room for online speakers. We're going to go through all of the online speakers. We're going to queue them up via the chat. So if the room stays quiet, then there won't be any feedback, and each speaker will be called upon through the chat function through the online system. The caveat is that if a speaker wanders terribly off topic or is violating the rules of the public hearing, we will have little option but to simply remove them from the online meeting. I trust that those online probably won't do so. I have every confidence that the speakers will obey the rules, and so there shouldn't be any issue. So with that, I'm going to look back to our technical people to turn off the microphones for the duration of the online participation by those who have joined us via that mechanism.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me okay? Okay. My name is Susan Zadell, and I live at 909 Desmalart Way in Brentwood Bay. I've been a homeowner and resident of Central Saanich for 40 years, and I'm a 65-year-old senior. I appreciate the need for seniors housing, particularly for those that are in deep needs with low pensions and no assets in the way of property or anything to sell. In my opinion, the Central Saanich Official Community Plan should not be amended for this development. And the zoning in Schedule F of the OCP should not be changed from residential neighborhood to multi-unit residential. Some of my reasons are regarding the current OCP. While I realize it's a living document, during the time that...
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're just going to go to the in-person speakers while we figure this out. Appreciate everyone's patience. Okay, we next have Tyson King. Following that will be David Willows.
Hi, my name is Tyson King. I'm one of the younger veterans here. I served for 26 years. I've lived in BC since 2000, and I've been a Central Saanich resident since 2016 when I retired. I've got a unique perspective in a number of aspects. One, I'm part of the younger generation of veterans that have served for the peacekeeping/peacemaking terms, and for those that have come thereafter for the Afghanistan war. If we think that the wave of the needs of veterans is for the Korean vets and older, and that's it, you're sadly mistaken. Even taking in consideration the fatalities that we are suffering from PTSD and other mental health concerns that are not being answered by our military, by our veteran affairs. We are looking for support from our community. This is just one aspect of it. I'm getting to the age where this is a possibility. And even though my body right now is somewhat holding it together, there may be a time that I may need to look forward to that. So looking ahead to the future demands of our housing needs, it's in worse state that it is now, and we are in serious state. For the federal government a couple years ago to announce a crisis and set down to the provinces certain guidelines to be met, And I just did a quick search, and unfortunately, Central Saanich is not meeting those goals. We're far from it. And one municipality on this island just a couple weeks ago has lost its power of OCP, of the planning in its souk, because they are not meeting their needs, the needs of the province. So the province has taken that over. So the citizens of that community and the municipality, the leadership, no longer have that power. Changes are going to be made by the province. I don't want that to happen to this municipality. And as much as we want to protect the small town community and urban lifestyle, that is not a reality. We have a housing crisis across the board, across Canada, and as it's already been specified, our demographics of our unique area is higher than that of most. And it's not because people want to flock here, it's because we are healthier here. I fell in love with Victoria back in 1992 when I was with the Army. I moved here when I switched to the Navy in 1999, and I've been here ever since. And I plan to expire here whenever the Lord chooses to take me, okay? And on his calling, not mine, which is a whole different story. In 2016, I retired from the military, and this is what gives me another perspective, because I decided to become, and I got trained up as a service dog trainer. So I have a unique perspective with dealing with people of low income, people that are disabled, people that have significant needs where a service dog can't support. And that includes the First Nations. I've placed over 8 dogs in the last 10 years to the First Nations and 2 to the communities around us. Okay, so I do have a perspective of their needs for housing and their needs of support as well. This project is just one of those things that could help us take this step to the right direction to support that. So I do fully support this project and any other project that can come to the future to help more affordable housing for the low income, etc. My son's now 22. He's still living at home. He tried living off on his own. That lasted 3 months before he just couldn't afford it. All right? So even for the families that are starting out, the younger generation, you know, they're looking to move out of BC so that they can get a good paying job and have affordable housing. That disrupts the whole family unit. Let's try and support our families by providing the affordable housing that we need. One last point. In the last year, as I said, I'm a veteran. I'm the Sergeant at Arms for the Branch 37 for the Legion. We have supported 2 of our fellow veterans that were homeless, and they did find accommodations in the Legion Manor. There's a whole raft of veterans with a transition home in Colwood that are people that are finding themselves on the street because Veteran Affairs is not supporting them and meeting their needs, because their pension plans and medical and so forth have fallen through the wayside compared to the older generation. And you've already heard how meager their pensions are. In 1986, they did the white paper. A lot of those changed significantly lower. So my pension doesn't even compare to those of the past. It's substantially lower. So we need to start planning ahead. We need to start looking ahead. And for this project to support the veterans, the low income, the Sayut First Nations, and even the nursing staff and medical staff of the Peninsula Hospital. Right now, the Peninsula Hospital, it's continuing to change its hours of operation. I know this because my wife is a nurse. They keep on cutting the hours of operation because they don't have the people to be able to, that have the accessibility, that live in the area, to be able to work these shifts to keep it open 24/7. If we had some affordable housing so that the families of the support staff could live in this area, then our medical support has a better potential of going 24/7. That's all I need to say right now, but thank you. And I'm sure that there's a few more veterans here to speak on the behalf of the Legion Manor. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. I'll look to our corporate officer to call on the next speaker.
David Willows is next, followed by John Bodner.
Your Worship and Council, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. David and Goliath, what a marketing campaign. This is what residents are up against when corporations with huge budgets, communications teams, and community networks come into our community. That's something we as residents just simply don't have. I can empathize with Brian and Josie when Legion Manor did this to us, to my family home in 2021. This is not the first time that Mr. Hughes, Legion Manor, and their collaborators have attempted to alter our official community plan for their own benefit. 4 years ago, our family faced a similar proposal to build 300 units on farmland on West Saanich Road, next to Keating Crossroad. We were the only house.
Mr. Willows?
Yes.
That's probably a sufficient preamble about your experience. If you could speak to the proposal that's before us, as I said. Folks, I was quite clear that the rules indicated that it's about this proposed development, this OCP amendment relating to 1934.
Your Worship, my position on this is that I am demonstrating a pattern of how this particular proponent has approached the official community plan in the past. And we are discussing a new official community plan amendment coming forward from them.
Right. I also cautioned that it would not be accepted on the applicant's business practices, which would speak to past applications.
Okay, I will simply leave it that I can appreciate where Brian and Josie are. We were tortured in the same way, and I'll talk about this situation.
And I don't enjoy this aspect of the job, but I'm going to ask that people refrain from, tortured collaborators, those kind of words. I do think you can make your point.
I can, Your Worship, but the proponent provided a video here of I don't know how many minutes of seniors telling their stories and their experiences, which were positive, granted, with nice music behind it. As a community, we haven't been afforded the same opportunity to provide this type of information and our feelings on the issue.
We welcome your feelings. I'm simply suggesting...
We were tortured. I've got as you know, Your Worship, I've got now a 10-year-old son who's significantly disabled. Our family home on 2 acres of farmland was going to be, where we need to consider significant modifications to the home, hundreds of thousands of dollars, for this to be our forever home where he can live and he can have access to the things that he needs as he grows up, was being placed in a situation by Legion Manor where we were going to have 300 units of high-density housing right beside us on farmland that's outside the urban containment boundary. So again, this speaks to the process, this speaks to how I'm empathizing and how I'm approaching this now with this new development. But I will move on, away from our experience in the past. But I will speak about the OCP. I served as the president of the Central Saanich Community Association during the last OCP review. Our organization worked diligently with the district to ensure residents' voices were heard. Of all the municipal documents, the official community plan inspires the greatest level of public involvement. Its integrity is vital to maintaining trust between the residents and council. This trust is undermined when attempts are made to significantly deviate from the plan, especially when developers and special interests are prioritized over the collective voice of the community. If you vote in favor of this OCP amendment today, you are risking endorsing cause shopping where emotional or charitable issues are used to justify significant land use changes. Using catchphrases, which often are meaningless, such as workforce housing, are red herrings. All housing is eventually workforce housing. Bullying tactics by developers and organizations that frame residents as enemies of groups of people, in this case, seniors and veterans, affordable housing, or whatever the cause of the day happens to be, when these residents are simply trying to defend the official community plan that was drafted to help guide developers as well as council on how to grow as a community. Misleading statements about OCP compliance, misrepresentations of endorsements by proponents, eroding transparency and development process and undermining the integrity of the District of Central Saanich.
In fairness to the previous speaker, you've made the point that from your perspective, there are elements of this that are perhaps in your perspective misrepresented. I gave that one speaker one opportunity. I'm going to apply the same rule here, which is you've made the point. Please continue.
Okay, I will give you one concrete piece of evidence in this regard that is undisputable. On December 4th, 2024, Luke Murray of Arise Developments posted to social media, this was immediately before the last scheduled public hearing, on X, quote, "We have made all sorts of changes to the point where we are in alignment with every single OCP policy." If that were factually accurate, we wouldn't be having a public hearing on the OCP today. And in fact, we would not be allowed to under the updated provincial legislation. You also risk disregarding the time and effort that many community members have invested in shaping our official community plan and promoting disengagement in the future development process. As past community association president, I have found the residents of Central Saanich believe in fair process and the integrity of the official community plan, which clearly designates where higher density development should occur. We welcome such growth, including seniors and affordable housing in areas identified as suitable. Many of us worked hard with council members and staff to shape these guidelines. As you will remember, prior to the last election, the Community Association hosted an all-candidates forum. The most common question that residents asked, that we asked at that forum, was will you uphold the OCP? Not everyone got a chance to answer that question that night, but tonight you have that opportunity. Will you support the official community plan and the residents who elected you, or will you side with developers who seek to undermine the very document our community cherishes? To be very clear, every community member I have spoken to who opposes this development are not against seniors or NIMBYs, as some of the proponents have labeled them in the media. If the proponents come back with a respectful proposal that matches the OCP, many of us, including myself, would be happy to support it. I urge you to deny this amendment and reaffirm our shared commitment of the official community plan and the integrity of the district's processes. Thank you for your time and for respecting the vision of Central Saanich residents who so passionately defend our OCP.
Thank you for coming forward. I'll look to our corporate officer for the next speaker, please.
John Bodner is our next speaker, followed by Spring Harrison.
Good evening. My name is John Bodner, living at 8620 Clewick Road in North Saanich. Just so everyone knows, I live in North Saanich. And I'm here because we don't want the OCP in North Saanich that was voted on and researched to be changed in such an arbitrary manner. This could be the thin edge of the wedge. So first, I'd like to state that I'm not opposed to real estate development that respects and largely conforms to existing, prescribed, researched, debated, and voted on official community plans zoning bylaws, and regulations. All of these tools exist in order to welcome compatible land uses into our neighborhoods and eliminate uses that are non-compatible. Official community plans and zoning bylaws exist in order to regulate overcrowding, visual massing, noise, and many other daily occurrences in order to provide both balance and harmony to our citizens. The development proposed for Hovey Road not only opposes both the balance and the harmony that official community plans and zoning bylaws are intended to uphold. I believe this proposed development endangers anyone who cherishes the fundamental elements that these doctrines are designed to protect. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. I'll ask for our next speaker.
Spring Harrison, followed by Dave Toms.
Mayor Windsor, councillors, staff, and residents. My name is Spring Harris, and I'm from North Saanich, Forest Park Drive in North Saanich. I've lived in North Saanich since 2002 and lived in Central Saanich for 20 years prior to that. And I firmly believe that good community planning is important everywhere in the CRD. This public hearing is about the merits of the development proposal for Hovey Road, but it is also a measure of this council's support for the OCP and the regional growth strategy. The RGS is a brilliant foundational document to ensure that sound land use planning principles are applied throughout the CRD. And the OCP is a citizen-driven document to ensure sound land use planning within the municipality. As with any good plan generated by serious study and citizen input, it is intended only to be updated occasionally, not rejigged at the whim of itinerant development interests. What is the purpose of a plan that provides no enduring guidance? Of course, every plan does need an occasional review, and this OCP recently underwent a major review with the blessings of the residents. I believe that the mayor and council have a strong obligation to respect and uphold the OCP. For a variety of reasons, there is considerable opposition to this proposal. The petition that I believe is going to be presented later, opposing this proposal, has over 400 signatures, I believe. The OCP itself and the infill design guidelines are quite clear on the importance of respecting neighborhood values. One, new development should be sensitive to its surrounding neighborhood. A development should be within walking distance to the village center. The development should maintain a strong sense of belonging and neighborliness. Redevelopment should avoid resulting in an orphan single detached property. And the infill design guidelines stipulate, be a good neighbor. New development should contribute positively to the community and be sensitive to the surrounding neighborhood. Now, that is only half the list of those recommendations from the OCP and the infill design guidelines, but I think you get the picture. The people that live here, that already live here, matter. The neighborhood matters. So although the proposed design has been tweaked somewhat, it still scores low on neighborliness. Remember that this site was chosen where land could be opportunistically assembled, not for its inherent suitability for higher density and compatibility with the existing neighborhood. My recollection from reading an earlier version of the proposal was that there was not one reference to the project's neighbors or the impact that the project would have upon them. So much for those who already call that neighborhood home. Also, being over a kilometer from the Saanich Village Center, this proposal does not score well for walkability. As the target demographic is mostly older, this is a significant shortcoming. Although I have not studied the OCP regulations in detail, my understanding is that the proposal is not compliant with some of them, There's others here tonight that are more qualified to address this topic than I am. Much is made by supporters of the need for housing. Of course, this is true throughout the CRD and most of the province. However, my understanding of the staff report of January 27, 2025, is that the municipality is on track to meet the projected and/or mandated housing needs. I'm sure that there are others here that can give specific numbers for that, but it seems that the municipality is doing its share. The clear message in the RGS, the Regional Growth Strategy, is in the CRD, everything for everybody, just not everywhere. The South Vancouver Island Housing Society has never offered a sound reason why their housing needs cannot be met on their own land, which has many aging buildings of only one story. It would seem logical and likely financially feasible that they would increase their housing stock and density on their own land first. Their representative says that it would be crazy and not make business sense to bulldoze their own buildings. But for some odd reason, they believe it would be okay to buy 3 perfectly good homes and bulldoze them. In Saanich, there's at least one not-for-profit housing group that has very successfully replaced their aging small homes with multi-story towers on their own land. I think that there is much more homework to be done in this area. And we cannot overlook the impact that this proposal has had upon the owners of the orphan property at 1974 Hovey Road, Brian and Jose Smith. They chose their location carefully over 20 years ago with the intention of comfortably aging in place as long as their health permitted. They had placed their faith in the OCP and the diligence of their mayor and council to support the OCP, ensuring that their chosen neighborhood would continue to provide peace and contentment as they expected it would. Had they settled in or near the village center, they would have expected and accepted neighborhood changes and densification. In fact, they have stated that they could accept development in their neighborhood that was in compliance with the OCP. They and others are not opposed to development or housing, but they are adamant that the ground rules be followed. The proponents, in a recent full-page newspaper advertisement, threatened to build elsewhere if, and I quote, "Central Saanich cannot offer a clear path forward." Perhaps they should do that. This would give the municipality an opportunity to designate more suitable sites for housing that are closer to the village center and would be a better fit with a different neighborhood. Finally, I would ask you to reject this application tonight and remember that you're employed by the residents of the municipality and not the development community, and are obliged to respect the wishes of those residents and the intent of the OCP. Thanks very much, and good luck with your deliberations.
Nope.
The next speaker is Dave Toms, followed by Rebecca Treed.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dave Thomas, Kersey Road, Brentwood Bay, a resident since 1974. I am opposed to this development on Hovey Road. It does not fit our OCP, and there's no reason to change it. I did admire the presentation that they did, but maybe they could tweak their plans, put the Legion housing on East Saanich Road, and build some townhouses or something on Hovey Road that fits the OCP, and we'll come up with the same housing. So I urge you to respect our OCP. If we have to turn this down, we turn it down. They'll come back with a better plan or something that fits. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Rebecca Treed, followed by Luane Friars.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Teed, and I'm from Saanich. We have heard today that the rental here in Central Saanich and everywhere are unaffordable for individuals on pensions, fixed incomes, working individuals who have jobs, forcing these citizens in our community to depend on alternative housing, such as basement suites, where they are at the mercy of landlords being evicted, and in some cases, living in unsafe conditions. I have personally heard these stories, and they are heartbreaking. The Hovey Project has been brought forward by the Legion in partnership with Arise, provides a model of secure, affordable housing for veterans, seniors, essential workers, and young families. In addition, this model will provide a community for fellow veterans, seniors that are so often left isolated, and workers with their families to grow and thrive, contributing to the local business community. It's a win-win situation. I am the proud daughter of 2 veterans who went to war without thinking of their own well-being or safety and hoping of a better world. Unfortunately, my father returned permanently injured. My parents could not afford a home. I personally have experienced home insecurity. But at 10 years old, my parents were offered subsidized housing, which offered home security and a permanent community for our family. Even after his passing of my father just 4 years later, it was that continuing security that helped me grow into young adulthood with the opportunity of obtaining a university education. I am a success story for secure, affordable housing. Tonight, I am witnessing veterans who have served our country, seniors who have built this country, essential workers who have assisted in our well-being, and young families who are our future come here with hat in hand, forced to plead for affordable secure housing. This is disheartening. One of the most important words here tonight is secure. The opposers to this project all have secure housing. The people that need this project do not. The Hovey Project is a positive step in the right direction to help solve our housing crisis. We cannot wait for another time, another place. We must act now. Central Saanich Council and Mayor Windsor, you are our hope. I am in support of the Hovey Project, and I thank you for approving the proposal.
The next speaker is Luanne Friars, followed by Louise Banting. If you are having difficulty reaching the mic, please do feel free to adjust it to your height. Luanne, thank you.
So I'm trying to do this while using my cane. Thank you, Mayor and the Council. And I would also like to thank the staff for their comprehensive gathering of the correspondence and reports of the past. And that has been a real eye-opener to me as I see what my neighbors really thought. And it has changed my security of my neighborhood. In fact, even with my service dog, I've had issues. I have been in this and associated with this community through my parents for 50 years, over 50 years actually, and my grandparents for nearly 80 years. And with my father coming out each year, I have known this community all my life. In fact, when we did move out, my first job was with the tourist information of the Saanich Peninsula. And I was told I knew a lot more than the local people. So it pays to pay attention. I have worked at the gas station, gotten to know a lot of people, and I have seen this community grow from strawberry fields and pastures into housing, of which about, I would say roughly 75% over the last 60 years has been developed. Because of these houses in the Saanich core, were being on agricultural land at the time the OCP came into existence. Though I do question why the OCP and ALR, with its own zoning and regulations, are even bothered with, since over the years, quite a few residents I have noticed, both current and past, ignore the regulations for their own property. But we have the OCP as a guideline, and that is in your documentations. And it has been amended in the past as little as 2 to 3 months after being published. In fact, when the 1990 OCP came out, a proposed four-way stop was proposed for the corner of East Saanich and Hovey. That never developed. But what did develop were 7 houses built on 2 lots of land on the southeast corner of Hovey and East Saanich. With people wanting to come to a quiet, rural life, the price of land and the cost of living in central Saanich has gotten so high that only the upper middle class income can really afford to live here. So, no wonder we have a staff shortage in our various businesses, let alone the medical community, since their income is usually less than the $220,000 per household per year in order to comfortably live here. With a shortage of subsidized and affordable, safe, secure housing, the workforce are not interested in working here, even if they were hired. This is true for both the youth entering the market and the seniors who need to supplement their meager income, who tend to work into their 80s, as well as our middle-class Central Saanich Pass residents who want to return to their home community with their own expert skills. I had the pleasure of being in a conference where the BC Senior Advocate was speaking just this past month. And he stated that over the past 5 years, 14,000 applications for subsidized housing had been received, which is an increase of 59%, with only 6% of those receiving a housing unit. There is currently 61% on a wait list for subsidized housing, and their median income is only $34,000 a year. By the time they pay for their prescriptions, home care, mobility aids, and other related expenses, their income drops to $24,000 or less. That is by BC Senior Advocate. So can we say poverty level? This is one of the reasons why building the senior housing and rentals for those looking after our seniors really should have been started 20 years ago. And it is only getting worse with the population expected to double for the seniors in the next 5 years, and it won't stop growing for another 30 to 40 years. Though the current OCP was developed mainly during the pandemic era, that left little opportunity for real public input. And it was published 2 years ago now. It did not take into account the municipality's other report that was run by two of the council members on the age-friendly plan. And especially if you look at page 9, where it talks about needing more senior housing. With our limited area of housing, we need to build up more to preserve our true ALR land, which is agricultural, not just the hobby farms, for food production. In fact, for the true rate of growth, rentals really should be 6 floors. That would really benefit Saanich with only 61 units that are listed in the municipality's information. And that unit is being built right beside ALR land. So it's another wall of building, as I have been told. The rest are outside of the Saanich core, so they don't really benefit our Saanich community. Most seniors do not want to live in a business core, as the business noise would be amplified through their hearing aids, and they would get even more frustrated because they can't hear what they want to hear. And I have a husband that can verify that one. The main corridor, like East Saanich, is not as busy, but it is still noisy if you're living next to the road. And if I have forgot to mention, my name is Luanne Friars at 1934 Hovey Road. Legion Manor is ideally located, being just outside the business core on the main transit route, close to Centennial Park, where quite a few seniors actually do go for their walks, not just the dog walkers. This is why I enjoy living at Hovey and East Saanich for several years, even in my youth. Playing at Centennial Park, nice walk to the business core, being able to catch the transit, which I admit is better now than in my youth. Now I enjoy the fairly level land since my walking abilities have diminished. The hills just do not agree with me. But it is easy on the mobility scooter, and it's only 0.9 of a kilometer to the outside of the business core, the other side. And having worked at the gas station, I've measured that for over 18 years. So by changing the zoning, the OCP and the zoning, it's an ideal location for the seniors and families, as right now I don't see many families walking to the park. They're mainly driving. Though no one really likes change, including our family, we recognize the need for more appropriate, safe, and secure housing where tenants don't have to worry about landlords' high demands, being evicted, or having access to their space, especially when the housing is hard to come by. Where seniors don't have to worry if they pay for food, medication, or rent this month. Or if they still own their own home, how to take care of their huge house, pay for maintenance, or if they do sell, where to move to, and how long is that wait list. And I've worked in Sydney, and the wait list is quite lengthy in Sydney as well. Hovey development is ideally located for both seniors and families. With Legion Manor right next door, the seniors have services if needed, and like other senior houses, are able to prioritize lists for the next level of care where needed. The market rental building would bring new life into the neighborhood, where they can walk instead of drive, as I said, to Centennial Park, and it's on both the transit and the school bus route. My belief is that we elect our council and mayor, and we hope they keep an open mind when looking at each proposal, that project, to determine the possible benefits to the entire community. That is my belief, and that's what I have taught my children, who are now middle-aged adults. I'm afraid that dates me. And to watch the actions of those elected, as they may not have the best interest of all their electors by catering to select group. They may not be looking at complete facts or if the source is appropriate to the subject. Thus, the information becomes inaccurate and misleading if the source is incorrect or unreliable. But regardless of a decision made, some will not be happy. So there are consequences either way. But if the decision is made with an open mind, true factual information, then it is a decision made in good faith, which is best for anyone that can hope for. And I thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
The next speaker is Louise Banting, followed by Terry Orser.
Good evening. My name is Louise Banting. I live at 7856 Gohan Road, and my presentation I'm reading for my daughter who was unable to be here. Her name is Jennifer Mooney. I live with my daughter and her family, so senior and young family, and she would like to have been here but was unwell. I would like to start by reading some excerpts of our OCP. The OCP is one of Central Saanach's most important documents. Protecting and enhancing the rural and small-town character of the community is a key principle of the newly adopted OCP. Policies remain strong on protecting agricultural lands and supporting farming, and the district's urban containment boundary is unchanged further. The district will continue to protect the agricultural and rural landscape alongside compact villages and nearby residential neighborhoods. These words reflect the hopes, desires, and vision of the residents of our community. The stance taken by some on council who now support changing the plan at the request of a land developer and private housing society is at odds with what the community agreed on and what council enacted just last year. Why would we spend 3 years and thousands of hours to create a mandated official community plan only to not honor it? Changing our community plan is such an arbitrary way will create a very dangerous precedent. Please seriously consider voting no to changing the OCP. Mayor Windsor, you're quoted as saying, "I still have significant concerns about this site specifically, and many of us in the community share that sentiment." We are not saying no to more housing, especially affordable housing, housing for seniors and veterans. We're saying no to multi-story buildings outside of the town center. The only other thing I would like to say that is my own personal is we talk about housing for the medical people, for the Saanich Peninsula Hospital. One thing I'd like to make clear is it's not the housing that's the problem. I have been a nurse for the past 40 years, and it's the lack of healthcare professionals that is the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward.
The next speaker is Terry Orser, followed by Bruce Grant.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Terry Orser, and I live on 866 Goldstream Avenue in Langford. And I have been the honor of serving on the board of Legion Manor for the past 10 years. I'm also a proud veteran, having served 27 years with 4 tours overseas. Beyond my work with Legion Manor, I'm the co-chair of Veterans House Victoria, a home for veterans who cannot afford housing in the general market, and the co-chair of the Veterans Committee of the BC Yukon Command of the Royal Canadian Legion. My role in these organizations is rooted in one simple goal: ensuring that those who served our country have a safe, stable place to call home when they can no longer find affordable or suitable housing, often due to ever-rising cost of living. I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of the proposed expansion of Legion Manor on the adjacent property of Hovey Road. This project is not just a housing initiative, it's a lifeline for those who need it most. Currently, 20% of the residents at Legion Manor are veterans. These individuals have dedicated their lives to serving others, and yet they now find themselves vulnerable in need of support. Did you also know that 70% of the residents at Legion Manor are widows? And this is not just about statistics, it's about people. The need is undeniable. In BC alone, over 2,500 veterans do not have a place to call home. These are men and women who've served our country with honor, and they deserve more than to be left waiting indefinitely. Legion Manor itself already has a long and growing wait list. Further underscoring the urgency of this project, the seniors and veterans on that list won't simply disappear. If this project is denied, they will continue to face the harsh realities of housing insecurity in a region that has already priced many out of the market. This is where the OCP comes into play. At its core, the OCP is meant to address the housing needs of all residents, including the most vulnerable among us, seniors and veterans, and others on fixed incomes who cannot compete with the escalating costs of housing. The policies within the OCP support developments like this, which fill critical gaps in affordable and below-market housing while providing the kind of community support that enables residents to age in place with dignity. Denying this project would mean turning our backs on the people the OCP is designed to serve. It would mean leaving seniors and veterans in precarious situations, forcing them to seek housing elsewhere, or worse, leaving them with no housing at all. So I urge you to see this project for what it truly is, a necessary step to address an urgent need. The policies are in place to support it, the need is evident, and the people who will benefit are not just numbers. They are our neighbors, our family members, and our heroes. Let's make the right choice tonight. Let's ensure that our community stands for inclusion, compassion, and support for those who need it most. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward. It is now approximately 8 o'clock, and I did say that I would check with members of council that a break is not needed each hour. If anyone is needing a break, let me know. 5 minutes? Okay.
A break would also allow us to test the virtual setup, which we believe we have a solution for.
And just before we break, I would ask that there are occasionally noticeable murmurs or chatter in the room that can be disruptive to other speakers as well as those attempting to listen. So I would ask that if you're in the room here, please refrain from those conversations. If you do need to have a conversation with someone, if you could step outside for the moments that you have the conversation and then return to the room so that you're not disrupting those around you or speakers. And with that, we will take a 5-minute recess and then return.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Everything sounds fine on my end.
There you go.
All right, I'm going to call the public hearing back to order and ask everyone to return to their seats and cease all conversation for the time being. Thank you again. If I could ask you just to refrain from conversation at this point as we're going to resume hearing from speakers. Thank you. Just always noting the housekeeping. Again, in order to be a safe and respectful environment for those around us, please ask you refrain from all noises, conversation or otherwise, while there are speakers at the microphone, as well as so that others around you can feel like they're in a safe and respectful space. It's becoming quite clear that there are a number of speakers still that we anticipate to speak. While there is no stop time for the public hearing this evening, it may become necessary for us to recess and reconvene tomorrow. In the event that that happens, we obviously don't want to lose speakers as it gets later into the evening. I understand people get tired, and we don't want people to leave and not have their opportunity. So with that, I'm going to say that we're going to continue. I anticipate 10 or perhaps 11 o'clock at the latest again. I'll look to members of council as well on that one, and we'll proceed accordingly. And if we need to reconvene tomorrow, then we will do so and ask for those speakers to return. But we want to make sure everyone gets an opportunity to speak. And with that, I'm going to turn to our corporate officer to call upon the next speaker, please.
With appreciation for those online with our technical difficulties, and appreciating everyone might have a good chuckle again, we're going to try to go to our virtual speakers again.
Just one.
Well, we'll try with Scott to start with. So if you could appreciate, we'll pause right now and let Scott know in the chat when it's safe to go. So here we go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm hoping you can hear me. And I got my eyes peeled on the chat to see if that's actually the case. Looks like we're good to go. So thank you very much for hearing me tonight. My name is Scott Duchek. I'm the president of Catalyst Community Development Society. We're at 877 East Hastings in Vancouver. I'm a resident of Saanich. At Catalyst, we're a nonprofit affordable housing developer and operator throughout BC. We help low to moderate income families afford a home to live in with security. We've developed properties from Tofino to Vancouver to Victoria to Kelowna. We are also advocates for affordable housing throughout the province. I'm a professional planner and have been developing real estate across Canada for 30 years. I share that with you tonight only to let you know that in the context of my comments, and that's coming from a nonprofit housing developer in BC. I have to say that I urge council to approve this application because it's a rare, unique, and beneficial addition to the central Saanich community. I can say that with confidence because it's rare to find a proposal with the benefits to so many groups that this one has and of a scale to make a meaningful impact. These projects are incredibly difficult to create, and the idea of cross-subsidization of costs and revenue is indeed the only way that we're seeing affordable rental developments become viable in this environment across British Columbia. I would truly hate to see Central Saanich lose the opportunity to have this very positive development created, as this proposal addresses the need for affordable housing that exists not only in Central Saanich, but like I said, across British Columbia. I know many, many communities in BC that would love to see a proposal like this brought forward. You have an absolute gem of a project in front of you. Secondly, I believe this proposal strikes the right balance between development impact and meaningful scale. And you've seen the developer compromise tremendously on this project, lowering heights from 6 stories to 4 stories. That lost density, in my opinion, is truly a missed opportunity. The developer has also offered a wide array of community amenities, which have been very generously offered. Again, in my opinion, this is out of the ordinary, to be quite honest with you. And again, this development in and of itself is a tremendous community benefit. It's also accommodating growth in a logical location, as considered and proposed in the OCP, which this project actually conforms to the spirit of. In infilling in this location, the greenfield expansion into the surrounding farmland is avoided. So it makes sense where it is. Finally, I would encourage and I would love to see this council through approving this application, run for re-election with the confidence and truth of fact that you are serious about addressing housing affordability in your community, that you are serious about cost of living challenges, that you care for the natural environment, because that is what this project is doing. I would also encourage you as councillors to keep in mind, yes, you need to listen to the comfortably housed citizens of your community, but you also have an obligation to consider the future residents of Central Saanich. And I think that piece really needs to be paid attention to, because this project offers those people houses. I can't think of a clearer, more concrete example of your support, again, for affordable housing, for cost of living concerns and the natural environment than what this project brings to Central Saanich. Thank you for your time. I'll keep my comments short, and have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bruce Grant in the room, followed by Bruce Williams online.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, councillors, members of the public, and members of our local Legion, I would like to address you on behalf of the president of our local Legion, and he has written a small note here, and I'll be as brief as possible. He says, "Dear Central Saanich Mayor and Council and Saanich residents, I am writing to you today in support of the expansion of the Legion Manor at 1934 Hovey Road. Many years ago in the late 60s and early 70s, land which was bequeathed to the Legion from World War I veterans was in turn donated to the South Island Housing Society, which operates currently as Legion Manor Victoria, their name proudly borrowed from us, the Saanich Peninsula Legion. The spirit of the arrangement was that veterans of any background would always have first priority for care and a place to live at the facility. This honorable arrangement has been kept now for over 52 years and is a proud example of a nonprofit working to support a need in the community. While its first focus is veterans, it has also come to support all seniors in need of access to low-income housing. As Canada, and indeed the Saanich Peninsula, faces the silver tsunami, so to speak, we must be prepared for the future. According to the 2016 census, the Saanich Peninsula hosts the highest age demographic in the country, with the median age of 48.5 years. With over 100 families on the waiting list for a place to call home now, the demand for safe, secure, and dignified seniors housing in our backyard is higher than ever. There are concerns about what the role is in our community of the OCP, of bylaws about desensification, and there are many valid concerns, which I believe are questions we should ask and deserve to be answered by the town, by the developer, and by the residents. What might not be part of these consultations, though, is a desire for a home for grandma and grandpa. The human side of the urban planning discussion. A thought that should close the arguments, I would say, is how do we make our community a place fit for heroes to live in? Mayor, councillors, residents, our task that lies before us is to support the expansion of Legion Manor as we in Central Saanich community answer the call to King and Country to support those who have given so much for us and our way of life. And this is respectfully submitted by Ryan Shelford, President of the Saanich Peninsula Legion, Branch 37. On my own behalf, my name is Bruce Grant. I live at 7601 East Saanich Road, Legion Manor. You heard me when I spoke on the film, and I appreciate your listening. And I hope something that I said might have sunk in. We are looking forward to welcoming our new neighbors, the residents on East Saanich Road, which are just down the street in the new building that's being built. That's the new building that's under construction now, for those of you who don't know. And also, we're looking forward to welcoming our new neighbors that are going to be living just across from your council chambers on the corner of Mount Newton Crossroad and Wallace Drive. That new building is going in there. And it strikes me a little bit here. I wonder what happened to the people that were displaced, so to speak, from there. Where did they go? Or maybe they've applied for accommodation at Legion Manor, which would probably be a sensible thing to do. I've heard so many things, pros and cons, in regards to this, and I respect all those in opposition, as well as those, of course, which are in support. The one major question I have for Mayor, Council, and for all of those that are listening to me is this. If not on Hovey Road, then where? Where will you put the seniors? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you for coming forward.
The next speaker online, as Bruce Williams has left the call, is Janava Moore, followed by Stephen Mattis in the room.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Moore. I live at 7612 East Saanich Road. I live directly across the street from the Legion Manor. I live in Prosser Place. I have lived here for 1 year. I'm giving the experience of what living in a cheap, poorly built apartment building has been like. It has been absolutely terrible. These buildings are cheap, they're isolated. This building is a mix of affordable and some subsidy. There's not mixing of community. The subsidized people stick to themselves. The other people work, go in the parkade, and go in cars. So it's not a mixed community. I am concerned about the changes to the OCP for many reasons. I think that more density in this area is going to be a mistake. I don't think that the community has been ready for Prosser and Aurora in terms of basic infrastructure, in terms of taking the bus, in terms of being close to the shopping, in terms of being close to healthcare. I've seen lots of loitering on the block between all three projects, Legion Manor, Aurora, Prosser. Many sit on the front of our building and smoke on the rocks from all three buildings. People sit at bus stops from all three buildings, smoke, open liquor, alcohol. I don't see that having two larger buildings when we haven't gone through the hiccups of two fairly new rental buildings really in the best interest of the community. There's also been ongoing vacancies in Prosser Place since I moved in. 9 people moved out in October after the SWAT team was called to the Aurora. Many of them were seniors. Many of them were people paying these so-called affordable rents, not subsidized, paying, $2,300 for 2 bedrooms, $1,500 for 1 bedrooms. They're leaving because there isn't the amenities in the community. Affordable apartments aren't quite what they look like on these drawings. They're cheap. You hear, your toilet seat slamming from above, every move people make on these cheap laminate floors. So people leave and they go back to the community. I also don't see people all from rural Saanich moving into these buildings. I see people from all over the city moving in. Very few of us are from Saanich, including myself. I also think that losing the agricultural land is really not in our best interests. I think having farmland and beautiful Hovey Road, home to the barn owls, home to the neighbors, a nice place to walk for people that live here, food growing there. I'm concerned big, tall buildings blocking the shade for the gardens and for the people that are trying to grow food that already live there. So I'll leave it at that, but I don't think this mix of social housing is going as well as these planners and developers are saying it's going to go. I've lived lots of places in my life, but not being in an apartment is necessarily the desire. We need houses. I'd like to see those 5 houses stay. And if they're going to be torn down, I'd like to see small townhouses or small houses that fit the neighborhood. I don't see big, tall buildings being at all suitable for East Saanich Road one bit. I don't even think the 2 buildings that were built here should have been built, and that's a person living in them. So I'll leave it at that, and I hope that the mayor will say no to higher density and that we will look at other options and other areas for this housing. Thank you.
The challenge of having a speaker online is that that speaker clearly oscillated in and out of being on topic. We attempted several times to course correct in the chat function because we don't have the ability to access the microphone. I will say what I said earlier, that if a speaker is in territory that they aren't and they're online, that we may have no choice but to simply cut them off on the digital feed because of our inability to intervene with the microphones for fear of creating a serious problem. There was a point of order mentioned by a member of council, and it wasn't vocalized, but I was dealing with it from the chair here. So there were comments definitely that were offside in that. So I want that noted, and I'm going to ask speakers online to be very cautious in speaking only to the application and the OCP. Neighborhood experience is something that you can mention. It was way beyond that in that particular address to council. So, and if members of council wish to call a point of order, even if your microphone is not live, just call out verbally point of order and I will stop the meeting. Can you, when that happens, can you explain what the point of order is at that time? I will ask for the point of order. Thank you. I didn't hear. Yeah, it had to do with the relevance of the speaker. Yeah. No, that's fair. There was an uncertainty to that point. So if members of council have that concern, please vocalize. And with that, we'll return to speakers in the room.
Stephen, who I believe is before us, and then we have Bruce Connolly online.
Hi, I'm Stephen Mattis, 7464 Van Ness Road. Bit of anxiety. I don't even like it when I'm in a lineup at a store for items on 12 items or under and someone's pushing in there and trying to change rules. And I think if you got a plan, it's an official plan apparently. Maybe there's an unofficial plan, but I think we should stick to the plan that you have, because whenever you make changes, you just encourage more people to come forward and make more changes. Everyone's got their motives. I'm sure costs a lot of money to make a proposal, so they must weigh that against the risk of it not being approved, or if they do get it approved, it must mean a fair amount of financial gain for people. And the more you move away from the plan, I don't know, what's the value of the plan? Is it just page one of the plan and we're just doing like a Donald Trump, it's all up for negotiations? Really, so it's just, you need a stamp, says no. Like apparently we wouldn't even need this meeting if it was going to the plan, right? This is only if they're making changes. You get a word salad of everything, but it's just like, you have to toss that out. So stick with the plan. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Bruce Connolly online, followed by Michelle Hall in person.
Okay. Hi, Oh, okay, thank you very much. Hi, my name is Bruce Conley, and I live at 7710 Wallace Drive in Saanich. My wife and I have lived in central Saanich since 1997 when we moved here from Alberta. When we moved here, there were two things that we noticed right away. Number one, this was a beautiful, idyllic rural community, and number two, there was very little in the way of rental housing. At the time, and even today, we are supportive of the need for rental housing. As time has gone on, we've become increasingly supportive of the need for more housing, especially for seniors. As with everything else in this world, there is a time and a place for additional rental housing and for more seniors housing. The development that is being considered tonight at 1934 Hovey is not that place, and this is certainly not the time. As noted on page 7 of the current OCP, the OCP presents the long-term vision for the community, setting out objectives and policies that guide decisions on planning, land use, and the provision of municipal services. In doing so, it helps us determine how and where we live, work, plan, and more. If I'm looking to relocate elsewhere in the community, or if I'm looking to move here, I would look to the OCP to help me determine what will be built next door or even just down the street. If the OCP is so easily changed, then there is no certainty and no sense of community, just a random collection of apartments, condos, townhouses, and single-family homes. While we all understand the OCP is a living document and that there are times when minor changes should be made, the changes being proposed for 1934 Hovey and surrounding properties are not a minor change. These changes being proposed represent a significant increase in the density around Hovey, and the impact of those changes cannot be minimized or disregarded. These changes will be here forever. The willingness to amend the OCP will set a dangerous precedent for every other block of single-family homes in central Saanich. Once this OCP amendment is passed, there is nothing to stop the same developer or another developer from dangling a few community amenities or benefits so they can put the next 4- or 6-story apartment or condo complex right next door to each and every one of us in the community. Council may say, oh, we'll stop them, or, oh, we won't let them do this to the whole community. If that's the case, then why this section of Saanich? Why even start down this road? The real question is, how can you allow this change in OCP and not allow the next one? You'll have set a precedent by signaling the OCP doesn't matter as long as you can dangle the right community amenity or claim the right community benefit. Where would it end? Would there be areas of central Saanich that would be exempt? Will Council enact and document guidelines to restrict development in other areas of central Saanich? Oh, wait, we already have that. We have an OCP that went through 2 years of extensive and fulsome community consultation, where there was agreement that some areas are appropriate for 4- and 6-story buildings and some are not, including this specific area of Hovey. Even the Advisory Planning Commission thinks this is a bad idea, so much so that they unanimously voiced their concern about the significant departure this proposal has from the OCP. Given the current economic times, tariffs, and threat of more tariffs, it makes me wonder what concessions from Council will be sought. Will it be dropping the below-market rentals? Will it be to change all rentals into condos? Will it drop the amenity package? Or will it be just to sell off to the Ministry of Housing for more supportive housing? Instead, high-density housing like this should be located within the established high-density areas of Brentwood Bay and Saanich. A much better location would be the soon-to-be vacant land of the Municipal Hall and Fire Hall. Council should invite the Legion Manor in a joint development on the existing Municipal Hall lands. The existing Legion Manor site could then be... Okay, I'll refrain from that section. Sorry. So I ask you, in conclusion, I just have to ask you, why are we even here tonight? The community, through the OCP, has already told Council where such high-density housing should be welcomed in our community. This Council has agreed and subsequently adopted that OCP. So again, why are we even here tonight? How many times do we have to come back before this Council, or how many times do we have to come back before this Council will accept our wishes for the community and just say no? All I'm asking for is this Council to stand by the work that has gone into the OCP and deny this over-densification of the small area of Saanich. Just say no. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
All right. I see a speaker has approached. We didn't get a chance to introduce your name, but I'm going to reiterate, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, refrain from laughter, giggling, comments, conversation, general noise making, because I'm hearing during speakers' comments this is happening, and you really have no way of knowing what impact it has on the person sitting nearby to you. This needs to be a safe and respectful environment for everyone. So please, please refrain from that. And with that, I'll look to our corporate officer to introduce the next speaker.
Michelle Hall, I believe, is before us, followed by Anna Hudson.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Hall, 1941 Hovey Road, directly across the street from the proposed development. My husband and I have lived in our house for 31 years. We are seniors, 55 plus, and had planned on aging in place in our forever home on quiet, dead-end Hovey Road. It cannot be argued that Central Saanich has not only met, but also surpassed its current housing target numbers. For this reason, we're not under as much of a time pressure as like Oak Bay, for example, and therefore we can act thoughtfully and carefully to place high-density housing in locations that make sense for the growth and formation of our community. In my opinion, high-density housing belongs in the village center, adjacent to the shops and banks, not on our quiet, dead-end Hovey Road. By increasing the residents on our block from 28 to 203, that's an increase of 625%. 625%. So I could see increasing by 50% or 100% with some of the ideas other people have mentioned, like townhouses, for example. It makes more sense for a community to somewhat resemble like a bell curve, with the highest population density and the highest buildings in the village center, with population density and building height dropping lower and lower the farther you move away from the inner core. So since we're ahead of our housing target numbers, we're not pressed to veer from the OCP rules and change the zoning. We have the ability to adhere to the OCP rules and therefore, one, avoid turning Brian and Jose's home into an orphan house. Two, we can thoughtfully manage the creation and shaping of our community in a way that makes sense. Three, we can maintain our local biodiversity by protecting the existence and habitat of the barn owls, nesting in Brian and Jose's barn for the past 28 years. Four, we can prevent the loss of 60+ trees. And five, we can preserve the character of our quiet, dead-end Hovey Road by voting against the Hovey Road development. We can develop and advance our community with foresight. We can avoid regret down the road. Let's not veer from the OCP. Please, Mayor Windsor and council members, please vote against the Hovey Road development to maintain our rural community. Thank you.
Thanks for coming forward.
Anna Hudson, followed by Valerie Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I also really want to say how much I appreciate the audience's willingness to respect the guidelines that Mayor and Council have put in for all of us being here today. I'm here because I care, and you're all here. Everyone in this room is here because they care. I live in Sydney on 4th Street, and I'm married to a veteran who was in the military for 29 years. If we hadn't bought our condo way back in 2009, we wouldn't be able to afford to live there today. So I'm here to talk about a couple of things. I know that one of the guidelines for speaking today was how does the Hovey development impact where I live? Well, I live in Sydney, and how does that impact me and where we live? And what I feel about this is, for me, it's about community. How does this impact my community? And my community is the Saanich Peninsula. I am a mental health worker who deals with seniors on the whole Saanich Peninsula. And what I see is the social impact of not having this kind of housing. Every day, I deal with depression, anxiety, isolation, and loneliness, and major fear by the fact that there have been many seniors who have to really grapple with housing, serious housing issues. I have someone who lives in their car. I have someone who lives in their van. I have someone who has to house sit constantly because they don't have housing. And I have seen the devastation that depression, anxiety, isolation leads to a lot of vulnerability and that can lead to really exploitation. I can really appreciate standing here tonight, listening to very sound, very logical, and very passionate presentations from both sides. I can appreciate that this is not going to be an easy decision, and I think that's an understatement. When I say that I care about community, community to me means that we all have to care together. I'm not quite sure how we do that, but I do know that community means to have a healthy, thriving community, we have to have inclusion, we have to have tolerance, we have to have compromise, we have to have compassion. How does that work to bring everybody together? How do we meet the needs of the fact that, yes, there's an OCP, but there's a huge need for housing? How do we work together? Because we're all here because we care. So how do we care together? Thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming forward.
Valerie Noyes, followed by Bobby.
Mayor, council, and guests. My name is Valerie Noyes. I live at 9353 Village Way in Sydney. I'm a life member of the Saanich Peninsula Legion and presently serve as their service officer. I'm also a former member of the board of the Legion Manor, so I understand well the issues and the urgent need for more housing in the community. I hear from seniors and vets on a weekly basis that they're unable to transition to decent, affordable places to live. There simply isn't any housing available. Waiting lists are years down the road. This development offers some relief with 187 homes proposed in a well-thought-out and attractive setting that I'm sure the whole community will be proud of. There isn't any place for our veterans, our seniors, and our local workforce. We need housing now to take care of our increasing aging population. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
The next speaker is Bobby, followed by Bruce Elliott.
Good evening. I live in Central Saanich. My name is Bobby. I am a recent widow within the last year, and I struggle with the rental situation in Central Saanich. My husband died about a year ago. My income was cut in half, and I have been paying 50% of it on rent, leaving me with just enough to get by essentials. And I am in a much better position at the moment than many people around me. I know that. I rent from an owner, and I am so very grateful for a kind and compassionate landlord. However, many renters here are not so fortunate. Renting from an owner can leave the renter vulnerable and living with a constant concern of home insecurity. I want to speak for those that are desperately seeking a home right now. While they are looking, some are relying on friends and family to find shelter, and basically they are couch surfing. These are the very people who serve us, you and me, every single day. Our grocery clerks, our healthcare workers, bank tellers, restaurant staff. Many are either heading to a rental at the end of their shift that is insecure, or they do not even have a place to call home. And here's the discouraging piece in all of this. If someone, a couple, a young family, a senior, do find a rental, they're battling up against 200 to 500 people looking for that same rental. And I know this to be true because I have friends who have their children going through this situation right now. If Central Saanich wants to thrive, we need to provide housing. It disheartens me to hear suggestions, and I've heard them from individuals, that these people should find accommodation elsewhere. They can go to Langford. They can go to Victoria. Really? Those areas face their own dire situations. If our workforce is living here in Central Saanich, they would be supporting our local businesses and economy, and we would be thriving as a community. And I'd also like to say, just insert this here, it's not my notes, and my notes are short, by the way, 3 minutes. My husband spent a year before dying where we had PSWs coming into our home on a regular basis. For those of you who are approaching senior ages, you want those people there for you, and I have a feeling they're not going to be, because they're going elsewhere. The PSWs that I had come in, they were struggling, trying to find a place. One was going to move out of our area. They were going back home. I don't know if it was to Ontario or whatever, to be with family. We can't afford to lose these people. We need them. Is it not Central Saanich's duty and obligation to support those who serve us in our community? We have to keep our workers. I've read through some of the public comments online, and I haven't commented on any of them, but I have read. One of them stated, "No one on this block wants a poverty ghetto." That hit me really hard. How can somebody say that? I rent. I am not a part of a ghetto. I am a responsible renter. I'm a good neighbor. I take pride in my home. And I'm here to tell you that I am the face of those who are seeking rental places right now. And I can promise you, they will be thrilled to move into this beautiful development. I have looked at another, I'm off topic again, I have looked at another building built by Arise. I was kind of, with such short money, I was trying to look at one bedrooms, what can I looked at an Arise development on Elk Lake. And I can tell you, it is stunning. It meets the needs of our young people, of our young couples, 9-foot ceilings, beautiful windows.
Thank you. I'm going to.
Okay, okay. It is, all developments are not garbage, is what I'm saying. And I can guarantee you this one will not be, because I've seen the work. Last Saturday, I spoke with members of our community, and I heard from those against the development. We had respectful and very meaningful conversations, actually. While some do support the need of housing, they resist it in their own neighborhoods, leading to a not in my backyard mentality. During conversations, one woman who strongly opposed the development said over her shoulder, after we'd had much discussion as she was leaving, she said, "You know, you may have swayed me. Maybe." Did she change her mind? I don't know. But that openness is vital, as we all need to look at the bigger picture. We need to look beyond ourselves. That's what we need to do. The truth is, no matter where Central Saanich builds, there will be someone who will object due to the personal impact. That goes without saying. Many stories were shared that afternoon outside Thrifty's, heartbreaking stories. An elderly woman came by and she quickly signed the petition. She mentioned to me that after paying her rent, she was forced to rely on the food bank to get through the month. You know, you think your situation's difficult, and then you hear someone who is worse. This sweet lady has likely contributed over 60 years to our society, and she has been priced out of housing. And then as she walked away, she said, I'll be praying. My heart broke. I just find it shameful. Think about her. I'd ask the council, think about her. Think about our young couples, our young families. Everybody deserves safe and affordable housing. And you, our mayor, and our council members, you can make this happen, starting right now. The gentleman that was on there earlier said this is a gem. Do we realize that? He is a man who has experience. We have a gem sitting right here. Do it today. Don't delay it and keep putting it off. I urge you to seize this wonderful opportunity that I think some of us don't realize that it's there, and seize it now. Can we seriously not come together for the betterment of each other, for our community? Thank you for this opportunity, for advocating for others, for myself, and for approving the essential development. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
The next speaker is Bruce Elliott, followed by Cressa Sesi.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Myself, this has been a bit of a personal journey, this whole to agree or disagree with this. And the reason being is that I have a history of coming before Council, defending the OCP and pushing for things. And I have that history, but on the other hand, I also have a lot of volunteering hats. And one of those is Cycling Without Age, and I operated out of Legion Manor. And I spent time with the residents, and I learned their stories. And the people in the video, I have a lot of funny stories about them because you're on the bike for an hour and you hear their life stories. So I know what a community it is. And also too, another volunteer, I'm a treasurer of Britannia Legion, number 7. And in that role, I've been at meetings where we are discussing and giving out grants and helping out various housing complexes and various senior groups and veteran groups. So I've heard the stories about housing. So on one hand, I've had a history of defending the OCP. On the other hand, I have a personal connection with Legion Manor and the residents there. So where my position finally ended up is I support the change to the OCP. And the reason that I went that way was looking at it is that it is a vital part of our community. It is in a location that has sidewalks on both sides and bike lanes, which is really unusual. And it has a bus route, walking distance to Saanich. And really, I just think that we need to have something in place for our community, our seniors. And I know that how much they appreciate it and how much I've enjoyed working with them. And they're a vital part of our community, and expanding that would make our community even stronger. So I went through that journey, and in the end, I know that yourself, how difficult this is for you too, because you're probably going through a journey on this. And in the end of my journey of weighing this, I fully support this, and I look forward to having more residents at Legion Manor that we could take on bike rides around Central Saanich, because it's a beautiful community, and having it there will be help. And they have offered to have adequate parking for our bike. So our bike for the Cycling Association, we were going to have one of our bikes there stationed for the residents of Central Saanich. And it would be for Legion Manor and for others in the community, because the Cycling Association needs a place in Saanich to park our bike, and they came forward. So once again, I went through my journey, and the end of my journey, I support the OCP. I call it a fix versus a change, but it's semantics. So thank you for listening to me.
Oh, thank you.
Bruce Elliott, 7032 Hagen Road. Sorry.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for coming forward.
Cressa, who's here, followed by Deborah Good.
Good evening. My name is Cressa Sisu. I live at 7601 East Saanich Road. Before I say my comments, I would like to qualify that I understand we need affordable housing. I live in affordable housing, and I'm very grateful for that. So I know how important it is. My deep concern is for the environment. I feel this development would be an environmental travesty, and I'll explain why. First off, 6 houses are going to be torn down, and I know one of them behind me just had a new roof put on it. I think the impact on our landfill and the debris from 6 houses seems monumental to me. Also, this project would dramatically impact our infrastructure, and there would be way more noise and traffic. This is a beautiful, residential, quiet, rural farming area. We already have 2 large complexes right in front of where I live. I think adding 2 huge apartment complexes on a side street is a huge mistake and will have a dramatic negative impact on this community. Last but not least, I'm advocating for the trees. I know that many of the trees and all the shrubs in the back there are all going to be gone. And I want to read just a little quote here. We're facing a time of crisis with plummeting population of native birds. It's estimated that North America has lost 3 billion birds in the last 50 years, most of which was due to habitat loss. So I am pleading with the council to please not move forward with this development. Find alternate land for a build where there isn't such a huge environmental impact. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Deborah Good, followed by Stephen Parrott.
Yes, I'm Deborah Good, and I do live at the Legion Manor. I'm a new resident there, and I am super grateful to be living in affordable housing. I was one of those desperate for something that I could afford. I would say that the Legion Manor and the surrounding cottages are a real community. There's a real community feeling there. It's not downtown. It's right there. It's walkable for me to go to the grocery store, and it may not be for a lot of the residents, but it's well serviced with buses and transit. I guess one of the things that the people that are living there is, how much is it going to affect us? What's going to happen to the property line that separates the existing development from future development? And I concur with Cressa on the trees, and we're hoping that the trees can be preserved, as well as the walking path that surrounds it. It's a source of exercise for us all. I'm wondering also what measures will be taken to salvage any of the existing homes that are there. Can they be moved? Can parts of them be reclaimed and salvaged, recycled? Okay, I wanted to point out that I feel a difference between affordable housing and low income. You know, what's affordable for some people is not affordable to others. But low income, I think, is a better definition of what we have a huge need for. I'm wondering if the proposal is maybe not within the letter of the law of the OCP, but maybe it is within the spirit of the OCP. Some people have talked that there's a lot of changes, and others have said not so much changes to the OCP. But there's certainly a need for the housing. If this is not approved, it's going to be postponed. Costs will increase, to wit, crystal pool, that kind of thing. I'd also like to see more diversity and inclusion amongst our population, and usually that does require low-income housing. I'd say the proposal isn't perfect, but I see more good and positive in the proposal than any aspects that to be opposed to. certainly the environment is a concern of mine as well, and I would hope that the developers would take that into consideration. Even though I will be within hearing of construction, not my favorite, but I would be willing to endure that for the sake of future residents. And I'll also say that the Legion I'm finding to be a very good landlord. I'm sure future residents will feel that way, and they will also have access to the facilities that I enjoy at the Legion Manor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward.
Stephen Parrott, followed by Rod Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Stephen and Marie Parrott, 1961 Hovey Road. We are against the development. We have lived at this address for the last 36 years. We are extremely concerned at the scale and the density of this proposal. These 4- and 5-story developments are in violation of the OCP. The OCP requires the stepping down of stories further away from the village centre, near low-density residential areas and ALR. The building exceeds the permitted lot coverage by 45%. It's difficult to access East Saanich Road from Hovey due to the lack of visibility to the south. This would be a problem for large numbers of new residents, especially since there's 135 parking spaces that are short. We expect a lot of cars parking on Hovey Road. There's a lot on there already. Central Saanich are required to complete 77 housing units in 6 months, and they have done 304. We also noticed that the Legion is advertising on Check TV, but apparently there's a waiting list of over 80 people. We don't understand that. Please uphold the OCP. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Rod Hughes, followed by Jose Smith.
Mayor and Council, I'm Rod Hughes, President of the South Vancouver Island Housing Society. I live in Saanich, but I'm really here for my duties with Legion Manor. Some of what I'll be saying is a repeat of my earlier statements when I've addressed you, but there are new people here, and there have been some, shall we say, confusion in the information that has been rattling around. Our volunteer board for the past 52 years owned and operated Legion Manor Victoria, which shares the northern land border to the proposed development. That land border is why this new building is so attractive, as it simplifies administration and it facilitates support being done by the existing staff. Equally important is it will facilitate access for all the new residents to our existing Legion Manor amenities. I've been told that we don't understand the community, that I should be ashamed, and that we have lied about the proposed development. I will say that with all the changes in the design, some miscommunications may have occurred. That said, for knowing the neighborhood, my family has lived in Victoria area for 6 generations, 3 before me, 2 following me. I have 2 great-grandparents buried in Royal Oak, another 2 down in Ross Bay. I'm 4th generation Canadian military, and I have a strong devotion to the veterans in this country. I am proud of Legion Manor and the support to the veterans that we have provided in the last 52 years. People say we haven't been listening to the community, but this isn't the first time that this proposal has been discussed with local residents. Twice Arise set up on their own initiative sessions to get feedback on the proposal. Once on 27 December last year, 27 September last year, and then again 15 January this year. They also received feedback from door knocking campaign in the neighborhood. Plus, productive discussions with Central Saanich planning staff have occurred. Arise's presentation highlighted the changes that were in response directly to that feedback. One argument against the proposal that was recently mentioned is redevelopment of the Legion Manor land. It is true that most of the independent suites are 50 years old. Funny enough, they are roughly the same age as the other houses in the immediate neighborhood. Our buildings, however, were taken down to the studs and completely rebuilt with electrical, plumbing, bathroom, kitchen, walls, roofs, all replaced. A substantial mortgage was needed, and we'll need a couple of decades to pay that off. Shortly after that work was done, we commissioned a depreciation report from an engineering firm, Chapman Associates, and it was completed in 2014. This spurred us to do any needed corrective action and reinforced the need for our scheduled maintenance program that has been consistently funded and staffed. A healthy replacement reserve is in place and is being maintained. Later, to follow up on the depreciation report, we also hired the BC Nonprofit Housing Association to do a building condition assessment for us. And we had the BC Housing, they did an energy audit report in 2021. All these reports have been acted on. We also have South Island Property Management Company under contract to support us in various activities. South Island Property Management manages 100 buildings in the region, of which 300 suites, including ours, are in Central Saanich. We have a long-standing relation with them, and they have stated that all our buildings are in good shape. One small item that has been fixed upon is the roof moss and the winter.
Just interrupt you, Mr. Hughes. I think you are refuting some assertions that were made about your current site and potential for building on there. I think you've sufficiently done that at this point. Yep. So, of course, we would like to, as possible, return to 1934 and the 5 properties and the OCP amendment if possible, please.
Yes, Your Worship, I will. So, despite, I'll cut out some of my wording. I think we'll stick with the informed professionals who we've consulted to tell us what the status of our building is, and that as for knocking them down, they're all mortgaged. And that nobody knocks down a building that's mortgaged. I mean, you can't do that. It doesn't make business sense. We are slowly building up our reserve to replace those buildings ultimately, but not for a couple of decades, as was recommended in the depreciation report. Now, I also need to point out that Legion Manor is a not-for-profit registered charity. That doesn't mean that we aren't driven by the same economic forces that every other business experiences. We get little federal and provincial funding and no Veterans Affairs money. We do appreciate the Central Saanich permissive tax exemption that you graciously offer us each year. That said, Legion Manor's annual budget relies on rent revenue and donations, but we experience an ongoing challenge of inflation. The new building must therefore be financially viable and sustainable on its own. Hence, why the number of suites is so important to us. It's impossible to build below market housing without government funding. In fact, the optimum model that is being espoused these days is for a government funding coupled with an experienced developer to build the buildings and a not-for-profit society to operate those buildings. That is exactly what we have with this development. I'm disheartened that the OCP is being used as the reason to block the development of the 2 buildings. An OCP is not the 10 Commandments. If it wasn't supposed to be amended, why does it have a portion that explains how to amend it? And I also understand that it has been amended recently. The housing that has been built in Central Saanich is absolutely helpful for solving the housing problem, but much of that, very little of it, is below market. It seems to go unmentioned that the province stipulated in its 26 June 24 housing target guidelines that 129 market rental units were to be built in Central Saanich. Our project would deliver 70 of those. That's over half of that goal, but time is running out for us to meet that deadline. I must also emphasize that it would not be possible to move our proposal forward without Arise. We simply can't continue without them. To their great credit, they have absorbed virtually all the expenses with the development so far, something we just couldn't have done. True, they will make money off this development. Of course they will. They're a business. But it won't be for a fortune. Their efforts will, however, provide sorely needed workforce and below-market housing. Their expertise, experience in guiding us through this complex development should be applauded and not denigrated. Developers wishing to build affordable housing like this are like unicorns. Don't expect them to just pop up when needed, especially if they feel that Central Saanich is not open to their proposals. So as I said, when our last development proposal on West Saanich Road, which was outside the urban containment boundary and was canceled because of the OCP.
Having corrected another speaker for addressing that matter, and it's not relevant to the public hearing tonight, I'm going to ask you to
yes, sir.
Maybe be very succinct on that one.
Well, I'm about to wrap up. So if this development is denied, if not now, when? Thank you for the time. Allow me to make these points. Please move the development along, as it would be a missed and somewhat transient opportunity for the greater Central Saanich community. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak. I'm just going to check in with members of council as it's a few minutes after 9. Are we all comfortable continuing? At this point, does anyone need a break? Seeing no one, will continue.
The next two speakers can choose their own order, and following that will be Jessica Cochran. I'll let you introduce yourselves.
Holy grapes, I can't see you guys. Hey, good evening, Mayor, Council, residents. My name is Brian Smith, along with my wife, Jose Smith. We've lived at 1974 Hovey Road for the past 25 years. The official community plan, which was deferred to as the OCP and was also referred to by Law 2100, was adopted by this council on April 24th, 2023. On June 16th, 2023, only 7 weeks later, a letter from the developer, Arise, was dropped off at our doorstep, laying out plans for development on our street, knowing full well that the OCP would need to be changed. Arise, on their own website, acknowledges they were already in pre-design consultation with the municipality in March 2023, before the OCP was signed into law. That is why we're here tonight. We would like to stress that we are not against development or building housing for everyone, including seniors. We're seniors ourselves. It's how it conforms to the present OCP and our community that's important. Bit about the OCP document. Everybody said this today, but anyways, the OCP is one of Central Saanich's most important documents. It presents the long-term vision of the community, setting out objectives, policies that guide decision on planning, land use, and the provision of the municipal services. In doing so, it helps where we live, work, play, and move. The OCP guides the community until it needs a review, which is generally every 5 to 10 years. Definitely not 7 weeks. I'm sure this land was in the developer's mind before the present OCP was signed into bylaw. The OCP states the district will continue to protect the agricultural and rural landscape alongside compact villages like Saanich and nearby neighborhoods. This will likely not be the case anymore if the OCP is amended for this project. The OCP states that within the established commercial villages of Brentwood Bay and Saanich, it supports apartments or mixed-use buildings, commercial, residential, higher than 5 stories when they provide a community benefit such as affordable, seniors, or supportive housing. This area that is up for the OCP change is sprawl. It's not compact. It's over 1 kilometer away from Saanich's core, not very walkable for the seniors or the scooters along the busy East Saanich Road. The OCP on page 28 states redevelopment should avoid resulting in an orphan single detached property that would not be feasibly to be redeveloped otherwise. This proposal completely isolates 1974 Hovey Road, which is on ALR land and which is our home for the last 25 years. The OCP states on page 28, sensitive transition to adjacent single detached homes must be considered. How will this be considered by going from a 4-story down to a 2-story building 20 meters away? The OCP on page 30 states, support a gradual transition of building density and massing from higher density, which is village center, down the main corridors to lower density neighborhoods. Again, Hovey Road is on the far outside edge of the urban boundary 1 kilometer away. And housing 2020 housing need reports notes that the 5-year anticipated need for housing, 558 units. According to, we have surpassed that target according to the documents that we get from the municipality. Another major reason for not amending the OCP is there are nesting barn owls, which are at-risk species, only 22 meters from this new development. At present, these properties make great hunting grounds for food and daytime roosting in the mature trees. Cutting down up to 70 mature trees, including Gary oak, arbutus, and fruit trees, which diminishes the green canopy, a significant concern, especially given its impact on wildlife, air quality, and the community's rural character. Each house demolished is made up approximately 12,000 board feet of lumber. To get that 12,000 board feet of lumber, you have to go and cut 18 mature trees down. That's for each house. They need cutting down and to replace the lumber that's going to the landfill. Not a very green solution. The Legion Manor property, which is 5.5 acres and only 30% taken up by buildings, could accommodate 2 or 3 of these buildings like the one proposed on Hovey Road. If they are going to tear down buildings to make way for a 4-story building, why not tear down your own 50-year-old cottages with deteriorating decks and roofs?
Having corrected other speakers on that speculative alternative,
okay.
I'm going to ask you to refrain, please.
Okay, anyways, they could save a bunch of money by not buying another couple of houses. This is the 4th time that Legion Manor has tried to buy land developed elsewhere. They could have now rebuilt most of their aging cottages and have nice living units for over 200 people. We have lived with the veterans, seniors, and Legion Manor in our backyard for 25 years. The residents have been good neighbors. It's the size of the massing of the proposal on Hovey Road that we're against, not senior housing. Here in Central Saanich right now, we have over 240 available rentals and 67 homes for sale. This doesn't sound like much of a housing crisis. Down at Marigolds, they've rented out 10 of the 240 units so far, and that's in the last 2 months. If there was a crisis, there'd be a lining up, wouldn't they? I don't know. Anyways, there's no lineup down there. I went down, had a tour. Anyways, affordability will always be an issue as we're in the warmest climate and everybody wants to move here because the rest of the country's at -20 and blowing snow. In other words, the federal government is also seeking a way to restrict large corporate investors from amassing single-family homes. Canadians purchasing a home should not be bidding against a corporate investor, so says the Department of Finance. That's what's happening here. Arise is paying above market value for these 5 properties. That is why the neighbors are selling out. It's not because they wanted to. So let's push the pause button on changing the OCP and do some planning that respects all stakeholders in this process, not just the profit-driven developers. By amending the OCP, it will set a precedent for the other developers to come into Central Saanich and change the rules to suit them. We are counting on you, Mayor and Council, to do the right thing and uphold our present OCP and vote no to amend it this time. When you vote, you're not only listening to your own conscience, your integrity, but that of the community that elected you. You are here to work for the citizens of Central Saanich and not outside profit-driven developers. To help make your decision a little bit easier, we have over 425 signed petitions of not amending the OCP. That's 425 voters. And they'll probably remember how you vote in 20 months from now when there's an election. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
And Jose.
Oh, sorry, didn't realize.
She's got some.
I'll attempt.
She'll attempt.
To Mayor Windsor, councillors, staff, fellow residents. My name is Josie Smith. I lived with my husband Brian here and now grown children at the same address, 1974 Hovey Road, for the past 25 years. We're the orphan home created by Rise, the most impacted in this proposal. Every drama has a list of players. Here are the principal ones Brian and I would like to speak to this evening. To Arise, because of this proposal, from you, we have felt insensitivity. From you, we have felt manipulated.
I'm going to ask you perhaps to refrain from addressing an individual or group in this manner.
I will put the Arise as a big group then, so what it is, to be honest, we've heard lots of feelings, lots of emotions, baby pictures, and more, and many years of being here. The impact we've had, emotional impact, is worth saying. Is worth saying.
It's worth saying.
I'm sorry.
I have to kind of walk a fine line in terms of being.
Well, the fine line, yeah. I will try again here. So given we were
Speaking to your experience is something that I've allowed other speakers to do without interruption. So I'll certainly encourage you to do that. And by all means, continue.
Thank you. I just find it's only appropriate that we can speak at a public hearing, and that we're listened and we all learn, and that we're not constantly challenged, restricted, and edited. But that's how I feel. So from you also, Arise and the big plan, we feel we have been bullied, and we have, for sure, deliberately misled with what's been published. We have experienced the division that was created in the neighborhood. So I'd like to speak to the Legion. We need to make a distinction. We'd like to make a distinction.
Okay, so there is a hard and fast rule of public hearings, and that is that you are addressing the council only.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. I can't miss you. So to the Legion, we need to make a distinction. There's the residents in the Legion, and then there's the management. So to the residents of the Legion Manor, you are our longtime neighbors. We have shared the fence with for the past 25 years. I've enjoyed sharing bouquets from my garden and conversations with you. To the South Island Housing Society and its director, Mr. Rod Hughes, we have this to say to you. This is how we felt in your treatment of us. We felt deliberately ignored. We have endured name-calling and fake claims. To the seniors and veterans, we'd like to say the following. There's no disrespect here. We support you. We are seniors too. We recognize your service and sacrifices on behalf of the country. Thank you. To our Land Assembly neighbors, through Arise, we would like to say the following. We understand you're pursuing your own self-interest. To the remaining affected neighbors, we are grateful for your alliance and understanding. And to our group of supporters and our community supporters, we would like to say the following. We express our deep, heartfelt gratitude for your integrity and belief in truth, accountability, transparency, and above all, your pulling together for the whole community. To us, that's for Brian and I, together for over 40 years, partners in life through thick and thin, we can only say, we have learned that the power of people and community coming together to stand up to negativity and bullies is heartening. Community standing up for virtue and right and enables us to continue believing in the good of all. To staff, we would like to say the following. We expect from you neutrality, including upholding the OCP that you helped to write. To council, all of you, we would like to say the following. I'm finished, I'm almost finished.
Is it appropriate to address staff in a public hearing? It's on.
It's.
Raising a point of order, I'm wondering if it's okay to address staff in that way.
Aren't we?
In a public hearing.
Sorry, I did not catch the offending remarks. So.
Yeah, sorry.
There was a statement that they expect neutrality from staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's normal, don't we? Don't we expect neutrality?
This is a public hearing. We should be able to say what we like. It's a public hearing.
You need to hear and
Yeah.
learn from what we're saying.
I don't.
Wow.
I think because you are finished with your remarks, I would say that
I'm almost done.
Your remarks have.
Tell your story just to the mayor, and then it's all good.
Yeah, I need to be
Thank you.
cautious in terms of the public hearing that jumps into areas where you're singling people out or potentially.
We've been singled out, sorry. We've been singled out.
So, anyways, you got two.
I understand you're speaking to your experience. I'm trying to be as balanced as I can here, acknowledging that there are multiple perspectives in the room, and I've given you quite a lot of latitude, but I think you've probably reached the limits. You can continue to speak, but know that you've probably reached the limits of.
I'm almost finished.
Fair enough. Please continue.
I was addressing council.
Yep.
That's right there.
Thank you, hon. We all must earn our mutual respect. We expect transparency and accountability. By declining the request of amendment and rezoning, you protect and uphold the integrity of our OCP for our residents. Let us work together to find a better solution without compromising the values that have made Hovey Road and Central Saanich a place we're all proud to call home.
That's it.
C2, thank you.
Thank you for coming forward and speaking to me.
It's hard to do it, I'm telling you.
Okay.
Our next.
That's out of order. That's out of order.
Respect to the public.
Excuse me, whoever is addressing the chair at the moment, the rules of this public hearing were quite clear that all sides should respect each other by not clapping, jeering, or cheering. That is a basic rule of safety and respect for all speakers. If you cannot abide that, by all means come to the microphone, speak to the issues at hand, and depart the public hearing. Okay? By all means, we'll have the next speaker. Thank you.
Jessica Cochran, I'm assuming that's you, followed by Jackie Lee.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica Cochran. I live in Saanich. I am here to express my strong support of the Hovey Road development. Affordable housing for seniors is urgently needed in the community. Without it, too many older adults face the risk of homelessness, struggling to find safe and stable places to live. This project is a critical step toward ensuring seniors have the housing security they deserve. It will prevent homelessness, promote stability, and allow older adults to remain in the community they call home. I urge you to approve this development. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Jackie Lee, followed by David Lawson.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jackie Lee. I live at 1701 Verling Avenue in the Keating area of Central Saanich for 21 years. I'm treasurer of the Central Saanich Community Association, and I am a veterinarian. Like many petition signers, my home is not near the site. I live over 4 kilometres away. I'm here because, like most Central Saanich residents, I value the rural character of our district. I believe there are much better and more community-based alternatives for the Legion without the 130 apartment units. And most of all, I believe in upholding the OCP as requested by over 400 petition signers from all over the district. There's no housing justification for this project. The recent Central Saanich Housing Report does not support the need for 130 apartments. The 5-year provincial housing target for Central Saanich is set at 588 units. The 6-month target was 77 units. 304 units were completed in the first 6 months to December 31st, 2024. I'm sorry, the 1-year target was 77 units. With 4.5 years to go, more than 3 times the 77 required. Another 101 are already approved, with more to follow. Using average occupancy of 1.8 people per unit, this is the equivalent of a 3% population growth in 6 months, which, like Langford, which grew 30% in 60 months in the previous census. Central Saanich is the poster child for exceeding provincial housing targets. In fact, Central Saanich is, as the Times columnist said recently, smashing it. Other municipalities must now step up. Since Bill 44, the official community plan is the only remaining way that council can control development and density. Residents understand and engage with the OCP to a greater degree than almost any other council process. The OCP describes our community vision like this. Central Saanich is a community where residents value our great natural beauty and rolling rural landscapes, with active agriculture that exists in harmony with vibrant, compact villages. Nowhere does the OCP say, build everything everywhere. It gives general goals for housing types and then says where you can build it in the land use map, Schedule F, page 113. Key themes in our OCP are compact villages, avoiding urban sprawl, gradual transition to lower density neighbourhoods, density that is sensitive to existing neighbourhoods. A previous speaker spoke about the residential corridor lots, RC lots. However, nowhere does the OCP envision putting high density on our lowest density lots, the residential neighbourhood RN zones. 3 of the 5 lots in the land assembly are RN zoned. There has been a lot of talk about alignment and is aligned with the OCP. But to suggest or to imply that this project is compliant with the OCP is not accurate. Are there compromises available here? I respect the sincerity of the supporters of the Legion. And of course, the people who want to move into the Legion should do so. But they should do so without creating a precedent for mega developments in our single-family neighbourhoods. The Legion project right now is a plan on a piece of paper, that's all. A Legion project could instead be built on the west side of the land assembly on the 2 residential corridor lots on East Saanich Road, or consider redevelopment within the large Legion site, or a third option, a separate location, which has been considered before and could be again, perhaps for independent living, closer to the village cores. Any of these would leave the 3 lowest density residential neighbourhood lots untouched, and so avoid establishing a densifying precedent in the RN zone across Central Saanich. I believe we have the ability as a community to work together to help the Legion do the fundraising, secure the expansion that they need as an organic from the ground up community effort while respecting the intent of our official community plan. In the interests of the long-term future of our district, please deny this application. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for coming forward.
David Lawson, followed by Reverend Testego.
My name is David Lawson. Pardon me, I live on Skohan Drive. When a proponent meets with staff, stands in front of council, there's an expectation that their proposal will be honest and credible. I don't believe Arise has brought either of those attributes to the table. In fact, I believe the honesty and credibility is of little concern to Arise. I'm going to have to deviate slightly or substantially from my presentation because it's been basically ruled out of order. What I will like to continue with is comment to one of the earlier speakers, and that was his reference to comment from Royal Canadian Legion. I'd like to make something very clear, and the first thing I'd like to make clear is the fact that I contacted the Royal Canadian Legion national office, and I sent them a copy of the advertisement that was recently published by Arise. It hit most of the newspapers in town. The question I asked the national organization was, did the national organization provide authorization to Arise Developments to use the Royal Canadian Legion's national logo?
I detest interrupting speakers, as I think has become abundantly clear this evening. I'm going to have to suggest that this line is offside.
And why would that be?
It deals to the business practices of the applicant, and that was one.
It's not business practices. It's the honesty and credibility of the proponent. That's what I'm addressing.
Well, again, the matter before us is the OCP amendment, the land use bylaw amendment, the variances. It's not up for debate as to the conduct of a proponent. You submitted that.
I would suggest that honesty and credibility is the crux of this issue, and it's the essence of the issue.
Yeah, sorry, we're having.
Is there an on switch?
No, it's on.
on.
It should be
Just
on.
go
You
close.
just have to speak very close to it.
Okay, here we go. I, as a counselor, would really appreciate if people could focus on the amendments that are proposed, because this is conversion from a residential area. There are variances in terms of height, in terms of parking, and I'm not hearing a lot either for or against in terms of those particular details that would help me make a decision. And that's my focus on this, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know if other members of council agree, but I would really ask people to focus on the nature of what's being presented.
Yeah, so again, I'm falling back on the provincial guidelines that have long governed public hearings, and that it is the matters contained in the bylaws that are the subject of debate. So we have bylaw number 2205 and 2206, as well as a number of variances. Any aspect of the proposed development itself, i.e. building, massing, those kind of things are on site. Unfortunately, I was quite clear, and this has been vetted, that business practices, speculation on the project are not the subject of a public hearing. I appreciate that you believe the relevance of the commentary. I believe you've submitted that in some form. I've certainly received letters to council, but the matter before us in the public hearing is clearly spelled out in the rules of procedure for the public hearing, and I have to adhere to them. I've tried really hard to keep all speakers, frankly, on either side, on point on that this evening. I've occasionally allowed a little bit more latitude, but when it becomes abundantly clear that it's offside, I've needed to interject, and I will do that with any other speaker as well.
I'll accept that and reluctantly stand down, but certainly with protest.
No, understood. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is coming before us, followed by Donna Cottle.
Hello, I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking on the lands of the Wissanic and Coast Salish people, specifically the Sarklip and Sayout, and I'm honored to be here, Mayor and Council. I'm the parish priest at Parish of Central Saanich, which is St. Mary's and St. Stephen's. I actually live in View Royal, I'll say that out loud. I've been the priest here for 7 years though, and we have a lot of parishioners that actually live in Legion Manor. I'd like to acknowledge the Legion folks that are here as well, and I speak from experience around Vancouver Island in independent living facilities, care homes, all of the above, and there's something unique about Legion Manor. I have trouble pinning it down, but it's a sense of community. I've performed memorial services with folks there. We have aging parishioners there now. We've had.
I'm gonna. I'm.
Sure, I understand where you're going. I'll cut to the point that I bring up. The point is that I speak in favor of the proposal, particularly because of my allegiance to the Legion Manor. I think that I can appreciate the tension for other residents. I know that it's a conflicted issue. I know that the community is having a hard time with this. I thank each of you for your work. And I just think the church does have a voice, and our voice is that we care about our elders, we care about the seniors in this community. And I've heard that over and over tonight, and that's great. But it's one thing to care, it's another thing to act. And I appreciate deeply the tensions for individuals like Brian and Josie, who I don't know, I don't know. But it's late, we're all getting tired. That's what I have to say. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you for coming forward.
Donna Cottle, followed by Jagjit Danawa.
Mayor and Council, I'm here to support the continuation of the OCP. It was developed and really by public view in 1923. 2023. And I would like to support the OCP at this point. I'll be brief, and that's it.
Thank you for coming forward.
The next speaker is Jagjit Danawa, followed by Andy Orr. Okay, seeing no speaker, we'll go next to Andy Orr, followed by Doug Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff. My name is Andy Orr, reside in Surrey, BC. Acting as the owner's rep, as their development consultant with South Vancouver Island Housing Society. I've been in the non-market housing business for just over 30 years now, and I must say, being to a number of public meetings, I have yet to been to one where there is not opposing views or NIMBY, and respectfully, there's points made by everyone that need to be considered. One of the items that I would like to raise as a planner and applicable planning principles is that the official community plan documents that many municipalities have are documents that are used to guide, provide principles, goals, and objectives at a very high level. One size does not fit all. That's where you get into zoning bylaws. In this particular instance, with that living document, it's not etched in stone and is up for consideration when opportunities do come to a community. That being said, you have, as you know, this proposal as well. I think one of the things that councils do have to make decisions on is what is the community at large? What is the benefits to the community at large? You're never, I think other speakers indicated that you're never going to have everyone satisfied with the end result. The proposal for the Hovey Road site does provide a number of affordable housing units. It does meet many of the goals and objectives outlined in the OCP as it currently stands. And it does, of course, contradict a few because it is a high-level document. The Society and their development team, I think, have made progress in terms of mitigation strategies being engaged, whether it's access off of East Saanich and not Hovey Road as originally proposed. They've dealt with massing and tried to address that. I would just like to reiterate that you have a tough decision ahead of you, and I think, once again, it's the wishes of the community at large that should be considered in this case. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Doug Orr, followed by Karen Morgan.
Doug Orr, as you said, located at 20466 77B in Langley, BC. Thank you, Mayor, Council members, and local residents for the opportunity to speak today. Acting as the owner's representative for South Vancouver Island Housing Society, alongside Andy. Here to support the redevelopment proposal, of course, for 1934 Hovey Road. This project is more than just about buildings. It's about the future of the community, the people who live here, and the challenges that we all face securing stable, affordable housing. As a young professional in my mid-30s, I have a personal connection to the housing crisis that is affecting many of us. While I didn't grow up in central Saanich, I've spent my life in another small community in BC and love this place as my home. However, despite my deep ties to the region, I find myself struggling to find both rental housing and affordable options to purchase. And surely that's a reality that many young professionals, families, and individuals in this community are facing. If we don't take action now by building more housing, the dream of staying and growing here will become increasingly out of reach for people like me. The proposed redevelopment is located within the existing urban containment boundary, making it a natural fit for redevelopment in a way that respects the area's existing character while addressing the pressing need for more housing. It will create 130 rental units for working families and 57 affordable homes for seniors, including veterans, many of whom want to remain in the communities that they've spent their lives in. This project will help ensure that our children, workforce, seniors don't have to leave the community because of housing affordability. I know that there are concerns about the scale of the project, height of the buildings, and potential impacts on traffic, but as many others have mentioned, these concerns are valid. However, they've been addressed and significant changes have been made to the proposal. What this project represents is a chance to provide sustainable, balanced solution to our housing crisis. One that addresses both the needs of seniors who want to remain in their communities and working families who hope to build futures here. The support for this project is strong, vocalized from more than 80 local businesses and nonprofits. It aligns with the district's planning goals and offers significant community benefits, including infrastructure improvements and a focus on healthy, sustainable living. In closing, I urge you to consider the long-term needs of the community. This project that will provide a future where both families and seniors can stay, grow, and thrive in the community that they call home. Thank you for your time and consideration of this proposal for those who rely on rental housing.
Karen Morgan, followed by Jennifer Ware.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Karen Morgan, and while I like to think of myself as a resident of the Saanich Peninsula, I actually live in North Saanich right now. And I'd like to speak briefly about the issue of healthcare housing. I will point out that I'm here as a member of the board of the South Vancouver Island Housing Society tonight, although I've worked for 25 years to support and build healthcare capacity and resilience on the Saanich Peninsula. Shoreline Medical Society kindly shared information about support staff pay scales with me from entry level to manager. And when I used the standard calculation of what individuals should be paying for rent, which is 30% of gross income, it indicated that staff at Shoreline would have a range of $1,010 to $1,565 available for rent. However, the average rent in Central Saanich for a one-bedroom apartment is currently, according to the most up-to-date info I could find, $2,039. At Shoreline, the recruitment of primary care practitioners, doctors and nurse practitioners, is a responsibility that everyone there takes seriously, but the recruitment of medical office assistants and other support staff to assist these primary care practitioners is essential for them to be functional. During the end of the COVID pandemic, I supported Shoreline as the interim executive director, and at that time we were seeing 80% turnover in staff. Salaries were part of the issue as we competed more and more with Island Health. However, we had a relatively high percentage of staff who commuted from the West Shore and some from as far away as Souk. All of those staff left as Island Health and new clinics on the West Shore offered them positions closer to home. We brought our salaries at Shoreline closer to the market standard, which seems to be set by Island Health, and that has stabilized turnover to a large degree. But recruitment is still a challenge, and affordable housing available locally could really assist. 13 units dedicated to affordable housing is not the total solution, but it will help. Dr. Brendan Irvine, who's the medical director of Saanich Peninsula and the Gulf Islands for Island Health, gave me permission to say a few words on his behalf. He does see housing as a key issue for recruitment at the Saanich Peninsula Hospital, but he asked me to remind you that it's not just about clinical staff. Island Health has taken back responsibility for food services and housekeeping, and he expressed his concern that recruiting at our hospital for all of these positions will be affected by the availability of truly affordable housing locally. Now, I know that you will decide in your infinite wisdom the way you will decide, but I'd just like to make sure that you keep in mind that the issue of affordable housing for healthcare workers, as well as the housing of seniors who have been priced out of the market, will continue to be a problem whether this development goes ahead or not. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Jennifer Ware, followed by Gwen Curry.
Good evening, Mayor Council, Mayor Windsor, sorry, you're not Mayor Council, you're Mayor Windsor, council members and members of the community of Central Saanich. I have been a long time, my name is Jennifer Ware. I have lived in Central Saanich since 1969. I have been a registered nurse at Saanich Peninsula Hospital since 1991, and my specialty is working with seniors. So I think that one thing that we can definitely say, I always look for common ground, is that we all love and care for our seniors, and we definitely know there's a need for seniors housing that is, I don't want to say the word affordable, I don't want to say the word attainable, or any of the other little catchphrases that they use, but the low income is probably the most appropriate word that I can think of, because it's low income. They don't make enough money to pay the amount that they need to for housing. And they're not the only group. There's students, my children, a lot of people coming out of university even don't even have enough money to live in locally. I had to kind of cross out some of my paragraphs because I was concerned that I would have been stopped. But the previous speaker, who I love, where's Karen? Okay. I worked with Karen for many years, and she's very well respected of mine. She was able to bring up points that were important to her, so I'm hoping that I'm allowed to speak on points that are important to me that may not be in expert language around things I don't know much about, which is zoning and OCP. So I won't take very long. It's only I've crossed out most of my paragraphs, but the ones I would like to speak specifically about is my experience with our infrastructure, specifically Saanich Peninsula Hospital.
I don't see any reason to rule you out of order. I mean, I'm not
Okay,
a heavy-handed person by nature.
A lot of people have been sharing their personal experiences, and I'm just dying to hear their stories, but it's hard when I have to, I know it's hard for you too to shut them down, but it's just difficult, so I'll give it a try. I'm here tonight not in opposition to housing, definitely, 100%, but I am opposed to this inappropriate proposal. It is inappropriate in my opinion. The reason I feel like it's inappropriate is because there's just so much like division and opposition to this. Is this something that happens with all of our proposals that go through? This is the first time I've ever come to council. So I'm really kind of surprised to see the level of division and opposition, and I think a lot of people are really struggling with not being able to feel heard and supported with their own experience. And so I do not think, the main reason I don't believe that this proposal is suited is because it disregards our official community plan. From my knowledge of the official community plan, it's something that we hold dear. And council's duty is clear towards the OCP. You serve the people of Central Saanich, not developers, especially from developers. Like when I hear that they're living outside, like the person from Vancouver has their opinion, but it's I find it very offensive to have people talking about our community when they don't live here. And I think I speak for others in the same way, and perhaps that's where a lot of our division is coming from, is having people coming in with ideas about how we should live. Your responsibility as a council, from my perspective and written in the OCP, is to respect the OCP and ensure that growth is thoughtful, sustainable, and aligned with community needs and the will of the people. Yet this proposal, I think we've outlined enough. I won't go over everything, but it seems to be ignoring the OCP as far as the designation of the residential housing to residential commercial. I can't remember all the zoning things, but right along that corridor on East Saanich Road definitely makes sense because it fits with the OCP, but the other houses don't fit with the zoning. Okay, I won't go into that. Okay, so we are definitely seeing, I see patterns in community. I'm definitely really good about seeing patterns. And we're seeing similar concerns from other communities in Greater Victoria, specifically Victoria, Oak Bay, and Souk, where residents are also pushing back against poorly planned density that strains our local resources and amenities. And that's Greater Victoria. I also know that there's other communities in BC, and I'm gonna take a wild guess that this is happening in other provinces and other countries globally. So I don't think we're that special that we can just say this is Central Saanich. I think this is a global thing. I just want to speak just a bit before I end about my experience here in Central Saanich, where I've lived since 1969 and where I've worked since 1991 at the hospital. Our hospital is struggling so bad. And that's like me being objective about it, and subjective because I work there. But it's struggling so much that I think it's the elephant in the room that I don't think a lot of people know about how much we're struggling there. We're struggling with emergency services for our community that's being shut down every night from 10 p.m. to 7 in the morning. That is something that will not support our continuing increasing seniors' complex medical needs. I guarantee you there will be no room for them at Saanich Peninsula Emerge. There just won't. People are coming from town to our emergency room. We do not have enough staff. Thank you, Karen, for mentioning this, because it's true. No matter what you do, we're always going to be having a shortage of nursing staff. And it's gotten worse with the pandemic. Many nurses were fired for making a personal choice. Many nurses have moved to other provinces. Many nurses have quit nursing altogether.
Your point right up to that last one, although very valid, not to the public hearing.
Okay. And so anyways, wait times are excessive. We can admit that. Staffing shortages are jeopardizing our care. How can we justify adding more people when we cannot even support the people in our own community? So Council, I urge you to respect the OCP and the regional growth strategy and put residents first, not developers, and ensure our growth is responsible, sustainable, and in the best interest of Central Saanich. Saying no to this proposal is not saying no to housing, it's saying yes to protecting our community and ensuring thoughtful growth that serves everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward to speak. Oh, 10 o'clock. 32. Sorry. Just before we have our next speaker, it is now 10 p.m. and we still have a fair number of speakers. It would be prudent, perhaps, to go another hour. That probably will not complete all of the speakers as well as any additional who may come forward, but if we do need to return next evening, might make it so that there are potentially a few fewer speakers and that the 2 nights would be more balanced. Councillor King?
Yeah, no, I totally agree that I think we'll need to do this over 2 nights. I'm just wondering if another hour makes much difference versus a half hour and give people more time tomorrow.
I will bend to the will of council while I'm chairing. I don't want to necessarily just declare. So if council members are comfortable, we still have a number of people here who have an expectation of speaking. Let's see how many we could get through. If in half an hour's time, we feel we haven't done.
That sounds fine.
Yeah, I'll certainly take direction and cues and reading the room as well. Appreciate it's getting longer into the evening, folks, and some of you may end up having to return tomorrow anyway. So we'll try and do the best we can to balance. With that, I'm going to suggest we don't take a break now. I think everyone's okay. No, you need a break. That's fine.
It's been 4. I don't know. You guys are sitting out here too for over
Shall we do
4
5 minutes?
hours. I'm getting dinosaur butt.
5 minutes?
5 minutes and see where we go. I'd be interested to know, Mr. Mayor, if there are people here that want to speak that are not on the 30-plus list of speakers.
Why don't we ask that when we come back from a 5-minute break?
Okay.
Okay. If I could have everyone return to their seat, and we have members of council back with us now.
Thank you.
It is now about 10 minutes after 10. We are going to go for another 20 minutes to 10:30, and then we are going to recess to 6 p.m. tomorrow? 6 p.m. tomorrow to resume here. So the speaker who was expecting to speak next, please come forward.
So thank you, Gwen, for leaving and then coming back. And then next will be Adam Carlson.
So this is on, yep, okay. Well, many things have been said and they'll be said again, but we all have to do our bit. My name is Gwen Curry, and I've lived in Brentwood Bay for 50 years. I'm grateful to be able to live here. I wrote a book called Todd Inlet, A Healing Place, to celebrate Central Saanich. We are here this evening to consider an amendment to our official community plan that would change a residential community to one that allows multiple apartment blocks. I, in my naivete, thought this was a momentous occasion, perhaps something that happens once a decade, a pressing need for community that requires the abandonment of our community plan. How wrong I was. Only a few months after our OCP had been ratified in 2023, Arise Development submitted a proposal for this aggressive and basically illegal development.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. And
can I go on? I'm not talking about that at all.
Okay.
They purchased 5 single-family dwellings on Hovey Road, as we've learned, to augment the Legion Manor proposal. They knew full well that the property in question was designated residential in the old and the new OCPs. Arise knew also that Central Saanich Council had not dismissed one single development proposal in the past year, and perhaps well before that. As most of us know, the provincial government has mandated a certain number of new units built every year for 5 years in every municipality. Central Saanich was required to have 77 units built this year. Council has approved 304 units in the past year and dismissed none. So in this regard, there is no pressure to build another unit until at least 2027. Be it a single-family home, a duplex, seniors housing, or low-income rentals. In other words, there is no pressing need to change our OCP to accommodate 187 new units, in the process destroying a neighborhood for profit. But a more serious consequence of violating the OCP is about setting a precedent for this type of activity. In a cursory look at the development tracker for new proposals, I found that 25 or 30 proposals were awaiting Council's final decisions. 14 of these proposals were development proposals, and all of them were asking for amendments to the OCP. Lesser amendments than the Arise proposal, but still serious amendments. If Arise can walk in, buy up a neighborhood, and then retroactively have the OCP changed, then so could any other development company. Developers from Vancouver, Esquimalt, Langford, Colwood, Victoria will be buying up our residential neighborhoods. How will that affect our communities on this beautiful peninsula? In closing, I would just like to say, as I've said before, that I see the official community plan as a contract between the Council and the people of Central Saanich. It is a sacred trust that the Council is here to uphold, or so I thought. And without that integrity, there is absolutely no reason to have an OCP. This project and its OCP amendments by a rise especially is not warranted by any kind of need in our community, be it numbers or demographics. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
The next speaker is Adam Carlson, followed by Cyril Hume.
Good evening, Mayor Windsor and council members. My name is Adam Carlson, and I live in Tanner Ridge, Central Saanich. I'm here today because I want to express my support for amending the current OCP with respect to residential densification. I've been a Central Saanich resident for the past 9 years. My wife and kids love our home. While I do enjoy the quiet spaces and rural feel, I believe that as citizens, we need to look at residential development through multiple lenses and not just what we want or don't want in our own backyard. There are several areas that toggle between the borders of neighborhood residential and multi-unit residential zones in the district. There are clusters of homes within these boundaries that are nearing or have already reached the end of their life expectancy. If the opportunity does arise where the existing neighborhoods zones can be amended to multi-unit, then bordering areas should be able to support densification. This would continue to support the OCP's clause that developments that support housing needs of the area are encouraged. The opportunities to do this within the existing multi-unit zoned simply aren't readily available for purchase. In addition, many of these bordering areas are ideal because of their proximity to Saanich shopping centers and businesses, as we've already heard tonight. Having our municipality citizens within walking distance to these areas will not only increase economic sustainability and growth, but will also align with the OCP's climate action control. I'm not suggesting that Central Saanich's OCP get tossed out the window, but I feel that significant consideration needs to be given to the best use of residential land if we want to make any sort of impact on our nationwide housing shortage. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak.
Oh, apologies. Cyril Hume, followed by Crystal Chuck.
Good evening, Central Saanich residents, your elected mayor and members of council, staff under their direction, and visitors from outside Central Saanich. My name is Cyril Hume. I live in Saanichton. Given the mayor's introductory remarks, limitations, I could possibly chuck this whole thing because you might rule it speculative or out of order. But I do mention and talk about the OCP 24 times. Should I go on?
I will indicate to you what I've indicated to all speakers, that if you wander into territory that are outside the bounds of the public hearing, I will have to interrupt.
I would also like to acknowledge the veterans who are still here tonight and those who've gone home. I too come from a military family. Parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles have all served. First World War, Second World War. One of the things they fought for was free speech. Tonight ought to be a beautiful, moving, exquisite example of what they fought for. Tonight, you have an opportunity to listen to the public. You are here tonight to listen and learn from us. Now, I was going to start, given that a baby picture was shown earlier tonight and not ruled out of order, with a painting that was painted 700 years ago. I'll be really brief about this painting. It has a beautiful title. There's actually 3 of them, and they hang in a 700-year-old municipal hall. The paintings by Ambrogio Lorenzetti, painted in 1338, are titled "The Effects of Good Government and the Effects of Bad Government." They were painted and hung in the City Hall as a continuous reminder and inspiration to the citizens and to their elected officials of the importance of the decisions that you make. Now, we don't have such paintings in our younger City Hall. But what we do have, what we seek to have, is a healthy relationship between the citizens who vote, the officials they elect, and the staff under their direction. A healthy relationship. That ought to remain our common goal. Now, the OCP is an example of good government. In recent decades, community and land use planning has evolved into one of the pillars of a healthy community. One of the more highly evolved expressions of that has been the consultative, citizen-based expression of the community's shared values and the legally enforceable means to give real expression to those values. It is called the Official Community Plan, or OCP. I like that OCP abbreviation because it also aptly stands for Our Community Plan. After all, that's what it is. That's what it's intended to be. Our plan for our community. OCP as good government. That plan, as I think by now most of us are aware, contains two main parts. The legal zoning bylaw part, what gets built where, and the policy part, aspirational statements reflecting the community's values. I understand, and I recently asked this very question of Council on February 24th, and learned, or was told, that these aspirational policy statements are not ranked in any order of perceived importance. Every one is held equally important. But over the last several months, however, some real unhealthy community strife and tension arises when the OCP is disrespected, the zoning bylaw part comes up for a precedent-setting, community-breaking amendment, and the aspirational policy statements are manipulated, cherry-picked, and only some are selectively chosen to soft-sell a hard for-profit development, while ignoring other policies that might interfere with the hard sell, even though the ignored policies equally reflect the values of the community. What a mess we find ourselves in. The OCP disregarded, manipulated to serve the interests of a for-profit developer. How did this mess arise? A for-profit developer comes to town. Were they invited? Were they given encouragement by our council, or even by one colleague who sits on council? We may never know that piece of the process, but ethical concerns around real or perceived conflict of interest.
You have wandered into a territory that I was quite clear at the beginning of the public hearing.
Then moving on, redact the section on conflict of interest. Redacted. Redacted is a corporate member of, and certainly informed by the philosophy of the Urban Development Institute of BC, UDI. The UDI is a sort of professional club for the development industry, and a registered lobbyist with policy-generating tentacles that go right into the provincial government, the Premier's office, and the Ministry of Housing. And this is relevant. Interestingly, the Minister of Housing sees fit to lean on local governments, even to endorse certain projects without bothering to respect local community values, differences, informed objections to those projects. He's done it with Souk, who wanted to slow down the ministry demanded pace of new development, at least until their local infrastructure was up for it. He's done it recently with Oak Bay, where coincidentally their council had just rejected an infill development proposal made by the minister's own developer brother. And he has done it on Czech TV, urging Central Saanich to support the proposal from Arise. We should not underestimate the reach of UDI, and we should look for impropriety, for manipulation, and potential, conflict of interest.
So
Arise is a protege.
Just help me understand something here. So you mentioned free speech. In this country, free speech is limited by rules of procedure in judicial proceedings, parliament, the provincial government, and municipal government.
And procedural rules governing the role of chair.
And
I get that.
Yeah, so I probably extended as much latitude to you because you keep wandering into a territory around UDI and conflict of interest that I fail to see relevance in relating to
You
bylaw
will,
matters.
sir,
Oh, well, please.
if you let me continue.
I will, but please get there quickly.
Thank you. Arise is a protege of UDI, seems not keen on land use planning, on zoning, on those city planners whose job it is to work with those matters and their community's OCP. Arise seems to take, that's speculative on my part, forgive me, it is speculative, it's an opinion, but all
Yeah,
opinions.
you're wandering into another territory of the
Arise-
business practices of a proponent, and you've acknowledged it's speculative, so.
This would be much shorter if you didn't interrupt, sir. But let us return to the community.
It is my responsibility as chair, regardless of which person is speaking or to what angle, to keep the public hearing on track. So you certainly have made points that are relevant to the public hearing. The latest bit, I'm failing to see it at the moment, so again.
Wandering for you a bit? Okay, let me bring it right back to point. Let us return to the community, good government, community values, and the OCP. Planner as gatekeeper, that's a reference to a term that Arise uses. I had to edit that out. No, instead we value those who interpret, uphold, respect, and work with the community's plan. After all, the OCP is the carefully consultative and collaborative consensus of the community that these staff work for. Good government. Facilitator, that's another Arise term about planners and zoning. Facilitator. Well, not so good if it refers to those who too quickly leap to facilitate the would-be developers' wannabe projects, smoothing the way through an approval process, even if it seeks to break open the community's plan they helped to write. Bad government. When I repeatedly asked Arise about the early origins of their proposal, which is what's brought us here tonight, I received only evasion. Why? Surely they had been doing preliminary work and not just their land assembly before their first public foray in June 2023. Their website says they were involved in preliminary design consultation in March. When did the newly minted OCP make its public debut? Early April. That timeline did get me wondering. Surely Arise had not somehow managed to manipulate our staff to fall into the facilitator role, even as Central Saanich staff were putting the finishing touches on the new OCP that had been 3 years in the making at a cost, a public cost, of $277,000.
All right, you have quite the imagination. I'm quite done with this now. An application can be made at any time, concurrent with an OCP, and I would invite you to learn process about how local government works, because certainly any proponent can walk in at any time and make an application. The assertion that there is some nefarious conspiracy going on is beyond credibility at this point, and quite frankly, I'm done with it. So move on, please.
I'm not raising any. What about staff's role to uphold the OCP? To show Arise what could be, what should be built on the subject property. After all, staff has Central Saanich's own recent densification and infill guidelines from the province on small-scale multi-unit housing, several growth and housing needs assessments and forecasts, all of which we are meeting and exceeding. Councillors, do take note, meeting and exceeding.
We have one more speaker that we would like to get to.
I will speed up.
That would be appreciated to give the next speaker, although I would like you to finish your remarks. Please.
The next paragraph casts speculation upon Arise's motivations and opinions, profit margins. We'll scratch that. What a mess we now find ourselves in. The risk of shattered neighborhoods, stressed and angry neighbors, citizens feeling disdained and distrustful, a community that risks falling into becoming a modern illustration of the effects of bad government. But the good thing is, we can wake up from this as if from a bad dream, and relieved on awakening, we can turn to a fresh page, fresh start, starting with rejecting breaking the OCP. Instead, let's imagine new SMOO, I think that's how you say it, OCP compliant, well-designed, dare I say, even beautiful infill housing gets built here instead. On East Saanich Road, the new neighborhood corridor zoning could still allow a developer to build and make a profit. On Hovey Road, smaller scale, more transitional housing units, let's call them homes, could be built. How many? One estimate suggests 28 homes where there are now 5. The neighbors are at peace. Those who choose to sell as part of the land assembly still get their money. Those neighbors who choose to remain have indicated their acceptance of this transitional, smaller scale change to their street. After all, it's in their OCP. Infrastructure is not so compromised. The community still grows and can point with acceptance and satisfaction at better design, at a degree of change that we have all agreed upon via our OCP. Briefly, South Island Housing Society is not without options. Scratch the next paragraph, you'll consider it speculative, but there is a way that could house even more seniors than under the current proposal with Arise. And they could do so with increased neighborhood and community support and without any need to alter the OCP. And my last 2 sentences you'll be glad to know. I believe the new story told within the pages of the OCP, that's our community plan, is a far better story and an illustration of good government. I urge you to turn to that fresh page to make it so. The community, rather than feeling utterly held in disdain at the bottom of an inverted hierarchy would instead feel respected, valued, and would be forever grateful. Good government indeed. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak. We have one final speaker, Council, that we could accommodate. I think you do not have the ability to come potentially tomorrow night, so.
I have kids and stuff. And
okay, so.
I work as a nurse, so.
With the latitude of Council, I don't think you're not going to be long, are you?
Not going to be too long.
Okay.
Hi, Mayor and Councilor. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Crystal Cook, and I live on 5056 Cordova Bay Road, so Central Saanach's neighbor, but I feel like we're kind of the peninsula together. I am a nurse at the Royal Jubilee Hospital. I've been one for 17 years, and I'm quite involved within my hospital. I've been a steward. I've been a member of the Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee at the hospital, and the Hospital Foundation reached out to me because one of my passions is actually housing for nursing, because I see so many nurses, and not just nurses, but we have HCAs, we have housekeepers, food service workers who are couch surfing. They're living in RVs. They can't make do with the high cost of living here. And, I'm very lucky. I'm a have. I own my house. But I didn't start that way. I came from a single mom who fled an abusive relationship. And I grew up very, very poor. And I endured housing and unstable housing when I was a child. And it's affected me my whole entire life. And now at work, I'm seeing women who are unable to leave their abusers because they cannot afford affordable housing. And this is the nature of what's happening within our community. And I really, really want to just say that any sort of housing is really, really going to help this community. When I look in this room all through tonight, I see a lot of people in the later years of their lives.
If I could just ask you to address.
Sorry,
the Council.
in the later years of their lives, I see lots of people who are, in the winter seasons of their lives, and they're gonna need people to take care of them. They're gonna need people to nurse them. And there are societies like Japan where people die alone because there's nobody to take care of them. And when we talk about there's not enough room or capacity at Saanich Peninsula Hospital to take care of seniors, if we were to open up that building for seniors and that residency for seniors, stable seniors in housing, getting food where they have healthcare and a place to live and a roof over their head keeps them out of the emergency department. We have lots of people basically needing housing, blocking up beds, and then we have ERs that can't send people up to the floors because we have people, seniors, who don't have homes to go to. So I really, really, really support this project, and I really hope that my voice here is a voice that can support it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward to speak. I am going to recess. Nope. We will reconvene tomorrow here at 6 p.m.
Good night.